50 moths. Chat, we have an infestation. I was at the Blues game on Saturday and they did that shit right in front of my face. I had war flashbacks, dude. Suing the team for emotional damages. Also, a whole ass man fell on top of me from the row behind me and now my neck's all fucked up. Smile. Yeah. Remember to pour one out for the Edmund Fitzgerald today, chat.
What's up? Hey. Hi. Hi.
Humans are naturally status.
Shh.
Some animals.
I'm looking at the React suggestions right now. Ah. Hmm. Hmm.
Whatever you do at the
Yeah.
You heard it, right?
Nope. Not watching Explore with Us.
Sneeg Kronk.
Lots of videos. Beautiful. Beautiful. You guys are so cool. You guys are so fucking cool. Ooh, okay, yeah. I remember somebody suggesting Rotten Mango. Let's see. Yeah, these are long. Jeez. These are long videos. We'll see. All right. I got a lot of stuff on here now. We'll see how long it goes. There's a lot of videos.
humans are naturally
Ah.
On June.
Okay. Did I just wake up? No. I should have probably done this before I started stream, but it's okay. I've been up for a few hours. I've been watching One Piece and playing Outer Worlds 2 on my Rogue Ally because I can't do it on my Steam Deck because the Xbox app is not working. It doesn't really work on the Steam Deck that well because where in One Piece are you?
29 months. I still
just
don't know why
finished
November
Punk
9th
Hazard.
is such an important date for you Americans, but you all seem to love 9/11.
Yup. What do I think? I think it's great. I mean, I think Punk Hazard objectively was drawn out really bad, but that's okay. I just feel like the same thing happened like 3 times, and I'm like, I get it.
Wahoo.
It's bad. So I thought it was really good. I can feel each arc getting slowly drawn out more and more each time. So it's okay. I'm not mad about it. I mean, I'm obviously happy to watch. So could be worse. It's not like a deterrent. It's just like a, you know. I'm just kind of like, yeah. It is
That's
certainly
the main reason I switched to watch the One Piece community project after Fishman Island. The drawn out stuff feels
It's okay. I mean, I don't care fully. I'm happy to watch all of it. Anyway, good to see everybody. I hope we're doing good today. I hope you guys had a good Sunday. I had a good Sunday off. Yeah. I thought so. Okay. Currently, actually also I need to, where are the unks at? All right. Just need to lock down a time to play Core Keeper this week if they want to. Anyway. So good to see everybody. Jesus. I thought it would be good to do some React stuff today and tomorrow. Seeing as I'll be gone this weekend. So I thought I was going to be able to play in some Minecraft thing later this weekend. I forgot I have a family trip. Oops. And that's okay. So I should be able to stream today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But Friday to Sunday I will be gone. Which is exactly when that whole event happens. So Yeah, so no event. But you guys should still watch it. You guys should, considering I won't be around, you guys should still watch it and see. But I thought it would make sense. We've basically run out of React stuff to post. So, you know, I should probably do some. So here we are. That, and it's been a while and I want to. So we've got some true crime. We've got some not true crime. We've got some interesting stuff. We got some Minecraft, all over the place. After that, I thought we would play Dispatch finally. I've heard a lot of stuff about this game. I haven't touched it or seen much of it at all yet. So I know it's kind of like story chapters. So we'll do like however many chapters feels good and then maybe do something after. I don't know yet. So yeah, we're going to do some reacts, do some Dispatch and go from there. Tomorrow will be some reacting again, I think. And then I don't know. This week's kind of open. It also depends on what Phil and Fit think. If they want to do some more Core Keeper this week, it has to be like today, obviously, probably not. But
shit,
tomorrow, Wednesday or Thursday, it depends on how they're feeling. I'm assuming probably Wednesday at noon again. But yeah, that's kind of the schedule this week. It's a fairly open week for once. Last week I had something every day and this week I don't. So, I thought just due to my little fishing trip vacation I take every year, this weekend I will be smart and we'll do some React stuff. So I have some YouTube stuff to post while I'm gone in case some people missed, some stuff this week stream wise. They can watch some React stuff, on the YouTube, and then the VODs. VODs are still scheduled for the next couple of days, but at some point I'll take some time in the next few days to schedule a bunch of React stuff and VOD stuff to continue rolling out easy peasy. So, great. Hope that's cool. Any questions? Did you guys like Block Wars the other day? I was pretty proud of my team. I thought we did really well. I think, like, dude, I just think, unfortunately, the randomness is what ruined it for us. I think I could have played better in, like, the middle of the event, but I think also just the fact that Order Up got picked twice and Shadoon's team did so well in it, and Blue and Feinberg's team. Both times, it was kind of cooked. Not a great last few games for us. But that's okay. Should have kept the costume on. I wanted to, but also it took me like 2 minutes to get it off. So. Spiff and you are like my two biggest creators. Nice. I like Spiff. He's fun. I should do more with all of those people, really. Honestly. They're all really nice people. Yeah, I don't know what Shay typically streams, but I'm happy to hang out with them more too. Yeah. Cool, man. Brain blast ass hair. Yo, Sneeg, I just got into a fake relationship. What does that mean? Like you guys are doing it as a bit? Or fanfic? What is a fanfic fake dating? What does that mean? You got asked to be his girlfriend because his ex is crazy. Okay, that's all my questions. I don't really. That sounds like very rom-com. So cool. Congrats. I think I'm not. I'm gonna watch some videos now. I'm gonna watch videos now. I think. Damn, my mic's got fucking little stupid hairs all over it. Jesus, I need to get like a new. This thing's dirty. Anyway.
Sneeg, I forgot to say. My mother has made her own Discord and Twitch account. Help me. The horrors.
Why would I help you? That's a viewer. That's another person to farm ad revenue off of. What the hell are you talking about? Score. And now I'm turning off TTS. So we can watch videos in peace, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, welcome to the video today. We're going to be watching some reaction stuff. True crime, maybe not. Everything comes from the react suggestions of my Discord. So if you're not a part of my Discord yet, please join and put some videos in that you think might be interesting to watch. True crime or not. And if you haven't already known, we stream these. So if you're watching through the YouTube channel, you missed the stream, but you're welcome to follow the Twitch and maybe find the next React stream. I stream pretty much everything every day. I take like maybe a day off. I don't know. And if you're watching on stream right now, you should probably go sub to the YouTube channel. All right, let's do it. What's with the bright yellow thing on your desk? What yellow thing? This? The switch? All right. Cool, dude. Let's get into it, shall we? Where's my React capture? No. No. Yes. Cool. First video of the day. We're going to be watching a video called I Went Undercover as an Old Man for 70 Days and Became Famous by Anthpo. I think I met him very briefly at VidCon this year. But also I saw a bunch of stir about this online when the reveal happened, I guess. So I'm curious what this even means or what this is even about. So we're going to watch it and we're going to see what the hell he's talking about. Okay. My capture good? Let me. I don't know how to fix this. Like, I genuinely feel like I don't love the dead space in the capture down below, and I just don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to fix that without it just being full screen and I'm in the way. That's the problem, and I don't want to be in the way of the video. I just wish I could fill up the whole screen without it looking stupid. Anyway. That's a me issue, not a you issue. Let's see what this is, dude.
This is the story on how I got 100,000 people outside simultaneously by going undercover as an old man. YouTube audience, I would like to introduce you to the live audience. I'm gonna start doing live things more often because now there's like you guys watching but in real life.
What does
and you
that
guys
mean?
watching but virtually. Isn't this so joyous? Awesome. Also, this is great because I can do stuff like this.
He's
$100
like-
if someone can land a backflip right now. $1 if someone can breakdance. Go, you can actually breakdance? Can you just do it so it looks good?
This is crazy.
Info. What do you want 100,000 people outside for?
Bro's got a live audience for his YouTube video. That's actually dumb, stupid amount smart. Stupid amounts of
Nope, it was
smart.
to get people to go outside and touch grass, but that's basically just as cool. So. Okay. All at the same time.
You got to do this. I have like maybe 5 people in the Arkansas area that know I exist. So, I doubt I could garner this much.
At the same time. The reason for doing this is two-pronged. Reason number one, science. Part of what I do is I do things anonymously from nothing, grassroots, if you will, and then see where it goes. And so anonymously from...
He was that dude eating cheese balls? I saw that. I saw that that's something I saw. I didn't know he was the cheese ball guy. Does he just do this regularly? He just like fakes being a thing? He just pretends to be things and then is like, that was me. I'm very out of the loop, clearly. I met him at VidCon because I think it was because Prince Zam knows him. And we were eating breakfast and he like briefly introduced me and then he had to go. So I was like, I don't know who that is, but thanks. That was all I remembered. That and his name, obviously, but
nothing, grassroots, if you will, and then see where it goes. And so this is kind of like an interesting thesis I had for myself. Could I do something like this? And reason number two, much more important, will be revealed at the end for emotional payoff and as a retention tactic. Ooh, gotcha. And I purposely made this today because exactly 1 year ago, I made this Photoshop file. It was a poster that said, I hate my dumb phone so much, I can't take it anymore. I'm going outside and touching grass for an hour on March 15th at 5:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I forgot about it. I made this around the same day. I made a poster for this, and I ended up doing this instead. Then I was reached out
this was him too?
By this guy. And when I say reached out to, I meant reached out to.
What does he just make every activity in New York?
Email, and he had the exact same idea. And so then in my head, I was like, this was a good idea. I'm going to reapproach it in a more meaningful way. So the first thing I did was I found his address and I leaked it on my story. No, what I actually did was I hung out with the kid and we talked and he had this mission of like, hey, can we use phone to get people outside? That was like his idea and my idea. And so I started. I wanted to get the world outside and I gave myself 70 days. And now a countdown starts. Okay. I settled on September 27th, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This was a week ago. I was going to get all these people outside using 3 methods. That was through posters. Don't watch Kai Cenat for 1 day challenge. Instead, go outside and touch grass. Method number 2, memes. Am I freaking right, guys? And then option number 3, a hero.
A
and
hero?
So you're probably like, what does a hero mean? Let's talk about me. I'm boring. I have too much lore. I look like this. But yeah, not a lot to be desired. I like a fresh slate. And also, again, my general thesis is like anyone can do this. So I would find a hero. What is a hero? A hero is lovable. A hero is persuasive. And a fresh start, something that all of you could do. And what do I want in a hero? An old man. Where do I find a lovable old man?
What?
That's crazy! That is crazy! That's actually crazy! Who said that? Was that you? I was just gonna skip past this slide really quickly. Did you know I put that there? That's crazy. No, the answer is actually acting class. Took an acting class like as a joke in where I live, and I found my hero. random guy I met, and he was wholesome, lovable, and I knew that I wanted to use him for something. His name's John. Facts about John. Fact number 1, he's 70 years old. Cool, so I used him for a bit. A streamer was hosting like an award show, and I used him as an actor in it, and that's kind of where all this started. Then Squid Game reached out and asked me to do like, some random Instagram promo deal. My manager said, Squid Game wants to know if you want to make a video for the new season. And then I sent this back.
My name is John. My kids left me, so I hung up these flyers.
I need the people that go to Squid Game experience with me.
I love home say you own Squid Game, and I got 2 tickets for my kids, and they ditched me. Lucky for me, I have 2 new besties who responded to my flyer.
Hey, is that flyer real? Can me and my friend come?
That's like the worst heart I've made ever.
I posted that video, and it got 300,000 likes. And then also super fun to make, and like I'm barely in it, and I'm like, oh my God, John is a catch. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? I posted a video. My face isn't in this. So I texted John. I said, John,
that's
I
crazy.
have a new project for
That's
you.
actually wild. What an old guy text message.
I'm talking to him. I'm like, hey, I want you to be this hero, and like I'm talking to him through costumes, and then he sends this. Whoa. Let's be honest about this. Perfect. That's perfect. What did I name him?
Your name is gonna be John Chungus.
John Chungus, okay, alrighty.
Is that good?
It works.
That works. So introduce yourself to me.
Hi, I'm John Chungus.
Awesome.
John Chungus.
Oh, this is great.
John
So his name
Chungus.
is John Chungus. I named him John Chungus. Now starts the countdown. I had 70 days to turn John Chungus into a hero and work with posters and try memes. I wanted to get 100,000 people outside to touch grass.
Have you seen this before?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, it's very. People will be like, yeah. Anyways, I was going over to my friend's house. And just like, I think about like anything they're saying.
I think we're on agreement. John Chungus is perfect, and I wanted the world to see John Chungus. I wanted to make really good content as John, so this was the first video that we had finished.
If you're addicted to anime, stop. Konnichiwa, minasan. John Chungus here. Instead of hugging your body pillow, why don't you hug a tree? Go outside and touch grass on September 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. John Chungus out.
They're thinking that
Oh
they're
my
just
God.
watching a funny video, but I'm marketing to them. I'm in their brains. Does that make sense?
Send this to a fine shorty. Hey, shorty, want to touch grass with me? We can have a romantic picnic and stare into each other's eyes. We can look at birds, or maybe even kiss.
So can anybody guess what special talent
Dude, it's so fun when like, okay, so this is going to be a lost art too, because it's so cool to me when like an older person who like did not have technology like this embraces it in this way. I think it's so cool. And it's going to be a lost art because like we're going to get old and we grew up with this stuff. So we know exactly what's going on. I mean, ideally, I guess, unless there's like bigger advances in technology within our lifetime, which is like entirely possible. But theoretically for this, what I'm saying, we'll be around the same competence as other people, right? Excuse me. I think it's so cool when like an older person that did not have the technology we grew up with embraces it and is minimum a willing participant. I mean, like he might not even fully grasp all this stuff, but he seems to really be enjoying it and wanting to have fun with it. And I think that's so cool, dude. We should all be John Chungus when we're older. We should all be like John Chungus, ultimately. Just happy to be here and embracing the newer age. Otherwise, you get to be every bitter old person you've ever met. I mean, what are some examples? I mean, it's endless. Me? Brett. Brit. Anyway, I think it's really cool that I love it when older people like do this stuff. I think it's very wholesome and cool for somebody to like embrace the future, you know what I mean? I think it's fun. I think it's nice and it's exciting and enjoyable, and it's like a fun vision of the future, because I want nothing more than to be 70, because being able to age is a privilege and a blessing. I want to be 70 and be this fun. You know what I mean? Especially to people my age now. But then, like, I want to be able to be this type of person for people, because it's so fun to be. I mean, like, objectively speaking, like, it is so fun to be how I get to be at the age of 29. Like, I get to act like a child pretty much most of my days, most of the hours of my day. And I'm almost 30 with a kid, with another on the way. Like, I think it's an amazing privilege to be able to age. And I think it's an even cooler way. I think it's an even better way to handle it by not letting age deter your like whimsy, dude. I think that shit is so serious. Why? Why? I think life can be fun. There's a lot of things to stress out about, but there's also plenty of time to put in like enjoyment if you can. You should constantly try to fit enjoyment into your life, as long as it's not affecting, the people around you negatively, or your life negatively, obviously.
John has. Adorable. Sure.
What?
No, it's actually.
You can sing opera? That's crazy.
Right? Our hero has a talent. I have to use the hero's talent.
Oh no.
You just got John Chungus.
And we posted the videos for the drum roll.
These are so insane. Oh.
No, I know. It's upsetting.
Classic.
One thing I will say about John is that when we'd finish shooting, he would always ask for a picture.
Classic TikTok.
And so John is maybe the best person ever, and I feel like at this point I'm letting John down. Send the picture of us, John. John wasn't working out. We're 10 days in. It was time to plant other seeds. What other seeds, you ask? I answer, memes. Okay, what am I doing with memes? How am I making memes? How am I using memes to get 100,000 people outside to touch grass all at the same time? Introducing these two random fans named Coy and Andrew.
So you guys are going to be responsible for a meme page and trying to like put this thing in the zeitgeist. Do you understand? What is wrong with you?
So this is out of my wheelhouse. I'm working on the hero, they're working on the meme pages, and I know that money enough is not an incentive no matter how many shekels I give them. Instead, I need to make them a promise.
Whichever one of you two does better by the end of this thing, I will get whatever you want tattooed on my body.
That's crazy.
They don't really say much. There's now 55 days remaining, not much is happening. I have these two meme pages running and I'm posting hero content as John. Let's talk about John. Me and Derek, who is helping me film and edit all these things, shout out Derek. We were hanging out with John and we're filming with John and we're laughing with John and we're hanging with John and sick.
You need to get a job! You've been sitting on your phone and computer way too much. May I recommend LinkedIn or Indeed? Indeed, you should touch some grass. Join me, John Chungus, and thousands of my friends on September 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as we go outside to touch grass.
Needless to say, 50 days remaining, we're 20 days in, and nothing is happening. Videos weren't banging, I haven't uploaded anything but filler content to my main channels, and most importantly, I'm letting John down. let's go back to these two really quickly. Let's check in on how they're doing.
Grass Lover 927.
Yeah, okay. I noticed that as I was coming out here, they put hashtag Asian for some reason. So, well, okay. Well, let's watch the other one. Maybe the other one's better.
Konnichiwa. This is day 1 of mowing my lawn with nail clippers. I have 47 followers, so I'm mowing 47 blades of grass. Let's get it. First off, it is hot.
This guy's insane.
Outside, and I have
This
2.5
guy
acres
is
of lawn.
insane.
If y'all want to see me mow this whole thing, go ahead and follow me. I'm gonna see y'all on day 2. Love you.
Oh, I should get a job, is what I thought, and then suddenly, 1 million views, 1.8 million views, 6.2 million views. I smile every time I see you on my feed, John. I smile every time I see you comment, KXN Jelias. The world if John Chungus was the only content creator. Wait, what? John Chungus blew up. Like literally overnight, John started getting fan edits. Maybe the greatest day of my life when all these started coming in. Next one.
Not the funk edits, bro.
Did you catch that? Did you? Not the edit. The comment. We are touching grass with him. Oh my God. John was already so nice to begin with, but now that he's got some clout, he's really loving it. And not only that, he's also like really living the experience. So Derek and I were filming with him and he just shows us this.
Wait, you're actually touching grass? Did you do this for us or you just did this?
I did it for you. Right, yeah, right.
Beyond words can describe. John is great. But let's talk about method number 3. There's 40 days remaining. John's getting some attention, but nothing meaningful. Let's talk about some posters. These are the types of posters I'm hanging up anonymously, and I'm trying to send these out to different universities anonymously and seeing if they'll bite. So I will shoot emails. Hang up posters near you. We're trying to start a movement. Are you willing to hop on a call? I have never heard such a horrible idea before. Attached is a photo of me showing my butthole. Days are passing, John is growing, posters are going nowhere, the meme pages I'm not even checking on. Collaborations are starting to come in.
Surely that's not a real email, dude.
It's like a hard thing to do. People will like drop everything to collaborate with John Chungus.
I heard you have something super crazy happening the 27th of September at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Yes, I do, my friend. I want everybody in the whole world to go outside and touch grass on September 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
What's happening?
The next bout of videos gets posted. They also start doing really well. I'm seeing these GIFs everywhere. I love that you are using the GIFs of me in the comment box. I am hijacking people's attention to do a good thing, right?
You just got John Chungus.
I'm like snapping people back into reality. That is all to say, John Chungus hit 100K. All right. John, we hit 100,000 followers. Cool.
Was that Tubba? Wait, really?
Hijack GIFs every video.
On September 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
The next bout of videos gets posted. They also start doing really well. I'm seeing these.
Did you just see some white boy with a bowl cut and assume it was him?
These GIFs everywhere. Attention to do it. I'm like snapping people back into reality. That is all to say, John Chungus hit 100K. All right. John, we hit 100,000 followers. Cool. Life is precious, John. So at this point, John was becoming a bit of a celebrity, right? Like to have a couple 100,000 followers is great, but to have a couple 100,000 followers in like 2 months, like low-key, you got some motion.
Oh! I just got John Chungus. Oh, John Chungus. I can't do this right now. Why did you tell me? I could have prepared.
What is happening? Boy, Piso!
Make him go away. He can't see me.
Wait, I wasn't prepared. I need to change.
So this is to emphasize that like not only is John, getting some motion in the online space, but John is like a legend in our personal lives. John, because of this clout, gets some media opportunities. 21 days remaining. What happens? The answer?
6, 7. More like 21 days until we go outside and touch grass together.
He gets some media opportunities. John is getting interviewed by street shows. John is getting articles written about him.
This is ridiculous.
John goes on subway takes.
No
John
way.
You, John, yes,
are going to be on a billboard in Times Square. No. No way.
Wait, so Anthpo just became John's manager, basically? That's crazy.
You gotta be kidding me.
Have you ever been on a billboard before, John?
No, never, ever.
I have.
This is
That's
like
crazy.
Insane mega motion. Like John can just post a selfie and get 250,000 likes. Like what the fuck am I doing wrong? So on that note of 250,000 likes on a feed post, I love being John Chungus. John Chungus is John. I'm not taking much out of John here that isn't already there. I'm just teaching him how to, you know what I mean? Let's just make sure that's emphasized before we move on. Is there a Reese Kodo here? Is that you? Yeah. I DM'd your dad as John Chungus. Hello. Heard about Reese. Hope he's doing okay.
What?
Oh, great. And to everybody laughing, you're also not safe. I DM'd all your parents as John Chungus. Needless to say, I would never DM.
What?
Something John wouldn't DM, with the exception of Xander. In the audience, I flirted with your mom. Hey, Donna, you should touch grass with me. We could go on a walk. It would be really nice. I love you. So we have Epic Grass Lord. This is Koi's page. How's he doing? Holy shoot. Why has he got a little bit of motion?
Welcome to day 7 of me mowing my lawn without a lawnmower. We have 2,300 followers. I am mowing 2,300 blades of grass with a grain of rice. Y'all, this was brutal. It took me so long and my fingers hurt so badly.
I can't believe I convinced a real human to do that.
How does that...
Let's check in on this guy.
Send us your favorite Chinese band. You know how fun shit. What's your WeChat? We have big eyes, small face. So we can touch grass together on September 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern with John Chungus. 再见美女
Not everything can win. We're leading into the event. I told them to stop posting. Koi asked for me to tattoo this, which transparently I'm postponing indefinitely. I got a bunch of people to hang up posters, and this was a small part, but it was really cool seeing everyone going out and doing a cool thing. It was really wholesome and wholesome Chungus and stuff like that.
This is crazy, bro. I wish I had this maniacal of a mind, bro.
So it is finally September 27th. Time to see how many people John Chungus has convinced to go outside and touch grass. This touch grass event is supposed to be worldwide, right? Go outside and
party
touch grass
full
wherever you are. But we thought it'd be nice if John made an announcement post a couple days before saying he was gonna be in Central Park. So with like maybe 4 days until the event, John Chungus made a post saying, come to Central Park. A lot of people came. This is like an hour before people start walking up, and it's like not the demographic I'm used to. It's like moms and frat dudes. The whole time I'm at the event, I don't want anyone to know it's me. So I'm like wearing this like shit-ass disguise. So again, it all counts down to September 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as this is happening, we do a little countdown.
3, 2, 1.
This was 70 days in the making, waiting for people to touch grass, and it was a beautiful thing.
This is so wild, bro.
Like over 10,000 times. Like our Instagrams crashed, like we couldn't open it. Tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of posts, and it was low-key, like beautiful type shit. Like not to be all like sentimental, but yeah, it was really silly, really fun.
You just got John Chungus.
And what's next for you, John Chungus?
I don't know. That's what people were asking me. What's next? What's next? Hey. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming.
At the end, so this is as of today. This is all in like 70 days.
$500,000?
Made a bunch of funny posts as John Chungus. So let's go back.
Wow.
Boom, big reveal time. There's 2 reasons I did this. Reason number 1 is obviously like for the love of the game, right? Can I, from nothing, convince people to go outside and touch grass? The answer to that, I'd say, is yes. And then as for reason number 2, I think everybody
Wholesome
right now
industry
is like more or less
plant.
addicted to their phones. And part of the reason I quit YouTube back in 2023 is like I feel like I'm contributing to that, right? Like I'm part of the problem, right? Like I'm keeping everybody addicted to their phones. social media,
My bad.
Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, right? These are apps designed by companies worth billions of dollars, by psychologists paid millions of dollars to keep you and all of you as addicted as possible. And it's like,
Sheesh.
if I can like make that marginally better through like John Chungus, like that's a beautiful thing. John Chungus,
My bad.
or John, I guess, was one of my favorite projects I've done, right? It was just this like
This is
old
really cool.
guy. He's my neighbor. He lives like 20 minutes away. And I got to hang out with him and like learn from a guy who doesn't use social media. And it was like beautiful. John unfortunately could not be here today, but John did make a video.
Cookies? Sorry I couldn't make it today. Make sure you get outside and touch grass every day. It's great for you.
That's the video he made. I want to do something to snap you guys back into reality, off your phones and into real life. So we're going to do a chant. I'm going to show a word on screen and you're going to repeat it back. It's going to be very obvious what
Oh, God.
I will touch grass. I will touch grass.
Where's the switch up? Dude looks like he's gonna cry.
Oh, I got the tattoo! Well, I'd have to take my pants off.
No shot, bro.
Who wants the Band-Aid? No, all of you are gross. All of you are gross. That's crazy. That's actually, you guys need to do some soul searching. That's crazy.
Insane. Yeah, it's really special. It is.
How wholesome is this, bro? I love this.
Sheep Meadow. It was at the end. I felt like we touched more than grass. Yeah, because there were so many sweet people that just came up and said how much it meant to them to watch and to laugh. I mean, these are all very silly, obviously, kind of thing. But it was like it sort of brightened up their day each day to click in and see what was going on, that sort of thing. And so many people responded, and I signed hats and T-shirts and dollar bills and these little cards and all kinds of stuff like that. And people stood there forever to get an autograph and just take a selfie or a picture with their friends, et cetera, that kind of thing. It was absolutely amazing. I was very touched by it, and it's all thanks to this guy.
You just got John Chungus!
The sound effect.
The guy that sparked the idea in the very beginning, he wants to make this like a real initiative. So if you're in college and you want to be paid to get people to go outside and touch grass, go to www.touchgrasstogether.com. And then past that,
that's crazy.
If you want actually good content other than AthPo, subscribe to a bunch of friends.
Ah, peace out. Very cool. My wife's calling me. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Sorry. And it's just on our way home. What a cool video, dude. That was really wholesome. I didn't know he schemed this hard. Like I said, I'm not really familiar with him or his content. I didn't know he was such a schemer. He's just like playing chess over here. What a cool video. I hope John Chungus has continued prosperity. Cool, dude. Want to watch some true crime? This is a whole ass hour, but it's okay. I have to pee. I have to pee, and I think I have some coffee left in my pot downstairs, so I'm gonna get that, and then we'll continue, okay? So give me 1 sec. What is happening? Very cool. All right. Cool. So we're gonna watch a little true crime. Felon pretends to be cop, is immediately caught and humiliated by dreading. I think we've seen a video from this channel before. But we'll see.
Humans are naturally status-seeking creatures. For young men in particular, the leap from adolescence to adulthood is often marked by a gnawing insecurity. Who am I? How do I prove my worth to others? Young men are often socialized to feel as if they need to be the provider for their future families in every way, that they need to be physically, mentally, and spiritually strong, so that if anything were to go wrong, they're prepared to lead their family through it, which I think is a good position to be in. With that in mind, it's no wonder that young men can gravitate towards positions of authority. Law enforcement, military, and other authority-laden roles carry with them a certain level of social validation. People listen to police officers. People tend to respect soldiers. People, even if begrudgingly, tend to defer to authority. But it takes a certain amount of perseverance to obtain one of those positions.
No, it doesn't.
You can't just walk into a police station, fill out a resume, and leave with a badge.
I mean, not really, but based off of the amount of training they take or have compared to other places, it basically is that.
You have to go through law enforcement training,
No,
pass physical and
not-
academic exams,
I mean-
as well as pass a background check and psych evaluation. Similarly,
Yes, but also like the training is like weeks. Like a couple of weeks. That's it. So I certainly have some complaints about that, but probably have to get a psych eval. Probably, maybe. I don't actually know. They really don't have to go through much training. That's kind of a problem. That's kind of the problem, is they have minimal training and they're given a gun and authority. That is kind of a huge overlining issue with police in particular. So I don't necessarily agree with what is being stated here.
if you were to join the military, you have to go through basic training, where you're stripped of most of your individuality and pushed to your physical and psychological limits. Getting into those positions of authority is not easy, obviously, nor should it be. So when someone buys a fake badge or some flashing lights for their car and begins pulling over other vehicles in their small town, what they're really doing is temporarily inhabiting a role where they don't have to question whether they matter. The costume answers that question for them. It's an elaborate power fantasy, one where they can finally get the proper respect and acknowledgement from the world around them. These men are insecure, yes, but also astonishingly unproductive. They don't see the value of working towards their goal for whatever reason, and they feel like they're owed success by the world at large. Most of these men feel that they see the world in an objective way, that they know right and wrong better than anyone else, and therefore should be made officers of the law, even without any training. They look up to...
Yeah, I mean, I guess his whole point is that, like, there's this idea of stolen valor because people don't want to go through all that training and work. I guess that's overall his point. I do think that it is remarkably easy, unfortunately. I think it is remarkably easy compared to what some people think. I mean, ICE agents are being given basically full permission to just be authoritarian. So, they're not necessarily going through much training at all. Given a mask, given permission to basically not be accountable for anything. Not to mention the people who were trained and are held accountable don't actually get held accountable. So lots to disagree with, I gotta say, but it's okay. I think his whole point is stating that like there are parameters to getting to these positions, and some people shortcut that by impersonating because they think they're owed that position rather than have to go through that process to earn that position. I think that's the point. I doubt he's trying to be like, well, it's hard. I think it's more that he's, because obviously with the title, we know what's happening here. I'm assuming that's what he's meaning. Where like there are people that are there are people that just like don't do that effort because they don't want to go through that effort because they think they're owed that effort or they're owed that position, which is true. There's a lot of burden of responsibility on men societally. You know, there's people that have to deal with far worse, but I will say, like, as a guy myself, I think that there is this obligation of responsibility inherently put on me to just make sure I'm taking care of people I care about or doing the most I can to do that. And if I'm not capable, there's something wrong. Like, it's a negative if you're not able to. So that is a very like good synopsis of, let's just like, being a guy is very much like you're supposed to take care of people, even if it's like sacrificing yourself, essentially, which does end up making people fall into a lot of these roles of authority, because ideally that's sort of what those positions are meant to do. They're not typically done that way because you get a lot of selfish people as well, and power hungry people able and willing to abuse that sort of position. But in the ideal scenario, a lot of these jobs personify that idea of duty and protection and responsibility. So,
to law enforcement, but also resent the very idea that they could be told what to do by them. To a psychologically insecure or alienated person, wrapping themselves in that identity is like applying a ready-made patch to a gaping wound. It's less about tricking strangers and more about tricking oneself. By announcing, "I am a police officer," they're trying to rewrite the gnawing suspicion that they haven't achieved much of anything. Psychologists call this impression management, but at a deeper level, it's about compensatory identity. The fantasy of being a cop or a soldier or an authority figure provides what everyday life doesn't: certainty, respect, and control.
Yeah.
And crucially, the uniform is a shortcut. It circumvents the hard, slow process of earning status through work, discipline, or social contribution, and instead offers instant
I wouldn't say
validation in
slow.
the eyes of strangers. There is a tragic comedy to it, because while the behavior is cringeworthy to outsiders, it reveals the universal human longing to be someone important, to be someone brave, or someone admired. For some,
it is a little sad. It's sad when you think about it, because like, and I've talked about this before, psychologically, like, people want 2 to 3 things, right? And it's in 2 core things that we crave is accuracy and acceptance. Like, we want to be correct in how we feel, and we want people to think that. We want people to think we are correct. We don't necessarily care if we're correct. We want people to see us as correct, which coincides with the desire for acceptance. We want to be accepted. So you get people that go into these mindsets of like, that's the only thing that matters, even if I have to shortcut that. So you get people craving these authoritarian roles because it gives them this immediate acceptance of what they're saying, no matter what, because there are people out there that don't question the police, period, because they're in a position of authority and power. So you get people who crave this sort of like position solely to reach these social acceptances, whether or not what they think and what they do is accurate or true or good, whatever. they care more about the acceptance position and what that means rather than if their position is even a good level of acceptance, let alone a morally good level of accurate and like responsible. You have people who lose the plot and care more about gaining that rather than earning it, or even earning it in a way that is like the best possible way, or like the healthiest or the most morally correct, whatever. Obviously there's plenty of nuance to that, but I think what he's saying is overall pretty good. Like I said, I mean, I have complaints about the process in which police are trained. It's pretty shortcutted. It gets worse almost every year. They try to find ways to make it less and less because they want to fund less and less. Because once again, they want the authority, not the education. They certainly don't. There's a lot of people that certainly do not care to be morally correct in their behavior. They just want the social acceptance and authority that position of a police officer, for example, in this gives, rather than the moral obligation that it should give in terms of responsibility and like upholding protection and the law to everyone, not just who they feel like is worthy of that or necessary for that. But yeah, you get a lot of people who feel this way. This is why, and this is also why like a lot of people try to be content creators, because myself as a creator, even especially doing something like this video, I could just say whatever the fuck I want, and a lot of you would just shake your head because you trust that I know what I'm talking about. And I understand that. I try to be at a level of like, I don't want to abuse that power. There are plenty of people who do abuse that and just say whatever because they understand that there is a power dynamic here that's imbalanced. And you guys see me above yourselves in a way that can be contorted. I don't try to do that. I don't want to do that. I really don't want to take advantage of my position. I'm grateful to be here. There are plenty of creators who do this. You'll see a lot of them do stuff with a lot of right-wing grifting, etc. They will spout a lot of things, not necessarily having accuracy or sources to it. They'll just say things because they know that's what gets people riled up, and they'll just accept it because we're the authority. You know what I mean? I try to be as responsible as I can with what I'm talking about, because I think one, the lack of criminology experience and knowledge that people have in the United States is constantly abused and manipulated to favor authority, and people should be very familiar with their rights, and we should have a very big emphasis on that education that is constantly thwarted and put down because people in charge do not want the education of the general population because of their desire to manipulate and abuse that power. It's important to know your rights. I try to make that as clear and make that as possible as I can in my own regard. Obviously, I'm only one person. I can only do so much, and ultimately, I just sit here and watch other people's efforts. But I think my commentary does a decent job of adding. That's kind of why I do these things. This is not normally like, I don't particularly think this is like my thing. I don't like reacting a whole lot. I understand that people do really like it, and I like that I am able to be positive change in a lot of ways when it comes to at least the criminology stuff, because I think it's important that people know better and understand this dynamic. There are plenty of reasons to question police, far more than I can exemplify. There's too many. Just alone statistically, like the amount of unarmed black civilians that get shot by the police and nothing comes of it is staggering. Even now, you think it would be better, but even now, even after all the stuff that's happened, like since slavery, since Jim Crow, etc., like you go up and up and up, you find the next tragedy, the next abuse of power. It's still bad. It's still bad, and it's still almost every day, guaranteed. And that is one staggering issue, and it is a big one, and there is plenty more. I've already broached on the subject of their training regimen. It's not very long. It's not very in depth. Education and exposure to things that people are worried about and stereotype is a huge, important piece of destroying stereotype. So, demonizing a position, or demonizing people that the police are meant to protect and uphold, even despite having opposing ideas, views, etc., creates this idea of an opposition, which is not good when your whole point is to be protective of everybody, right? There is not much emphasis on training the police to be good communicators, period, unless they specify that sort of thing with hostage negotiations, etc. It's bad. There's a lot of issues. Like I said, that is two, and I could spend an entire 6 hours just going over however many issues there are. So, I hope I do okay. Like I said, I'm really, I don't try to be, a massive, I really don't try to take advantage of my position. I'm grateful to be here, and it means a lot that a lot of you continue to watch this stuff and support that I watch this stuff, because I love that people put effort into this sort of thing, and I'm super happy to watch it as because especially it helps me take on sort of a teaching role for a lot of you, because some of you don't know this stuff and we're never told this stuff, and it's your basic rights in American society. I mean, I guess a lot of you might not be, but still, some of the stuff still applies, even, globally. The last thing I want to do is abuse this position. It's a very lucky position to be in, and I'm very grateful for it. And the support that you guys give me, however big, however small, at whatever time in my life, I'm just grateful that so far it's been like 6 years. I think September was the 6-year mark that I went like full time, which is just mind-boggling, first of all, but besides the point. Anyway, tirade over, so let's continue on.
Some, that longing is channeled into sports, art, or real service. For others, it's lived out in the aisle of a grocery store, where pretending to be a cop makes them feel, for a fleeting moment, like the main character in a world that otherwise passes them by. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if today is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be reviewing another case of a man caught pretending to be a police officer. This time we're going to be reviewing the footage of Michael Scaletta whatever that is. Tietus? Fucking serious? Michael Scaletta Teat, as made public by Sergeant Pepperspray. Alright, we're off to a rocky start here at Dreading, but as always, we will leave a link to the original video in the description box down below should you want to watch the footage without our commentary. Channels like theirs are the reason why channels like mine can exist, and without them, we wouldn't be here. So I encourage you to send them some support. So with all of that said, let us begin.
I feel like I went on a huge tirade talking. I'm getting a phone call, so I'm just going to let the video play while I take this phone call. I hope that's okay.
Teat has had a run-in with the law. In 2015, Michael would be charged and found guilty of felony hoax by false bomb due to an incident in Cumberland County, North Carolina. He served 185 days in prison for the felony, which meant that if he ever attempted to become an officer of the law, he would immediately be turned away. This kind of obstacle is not uncommon in these circumstances, as most of the men we have covered who attempt to pass themselves off as law enforcement tend to have something in their lives that would preclude them from the service. Sometimes it's age, other times it's physical ability, and others still acknowledge that they wouldn't pass the psych evaluation. Like most of the men we have covered who falsely represent themselves as police officers, Michael worked for a security company called Stefan Group International, which is contracted by the Salvation Army. A coworker would later tell police that Michael even wore police paraphernalia while on the job, which they thought was strange. However, Michael would later tell his coworker, as well as his employer, that he also worked as a fire inspector and a law enforcement officer. He allegedly told them that his security position was just something he did on the side in order to make more money. He was informed while he was working as a security guard he could not identify himself as law enforcement, but of course he did so anyways. According to those who worked at the shelter, Michael was fairly aggressive with those he came into contact with. It seemed the small amount of authority that a security job provided had already gone to his head, and he would often lash out at those who worked at the shelter or needed to use its services. On September 4th, 2025, Michael had attempted to act as backup to a Bremerton patrol officer at a local 7-Eleven. However, in that interaction, he seemingly didn't pique the other officer's suspicion. Usually when we review these body cams, the person pretending to be the police officer is actively trying to avoid contact with other law enforcement officers. They don't want other cops in the area to know what they're doing, because it would become obvious that they're not actually on the force, usually because they're so young or their costuming is so weak. They view themselves as moral, upstanding young men, so they have a hard time lying to the men they idolize. But not Michael. Strangely, he attempts to work alongside other police officers, showing up to active police scenes in order to lend a hand, as it were. This is sort of a high-risk behavior that we don't usually see, because it's almost as if he were asking to get caught. However, as we're about to watch, that is not the case. So what is going on here? For the majority of people, lying, especially to authority figures, puts them on edge. It activates the brain's limbic system, putting them in a fight-or-flight response, as they feel like they're doing something wrong. However, there are some people whose brains categorize those feelings as being pleasurable and exciting. They enjoy lying because it gives them a sort of high, where they can feel powerful for just a moment. This kind of risk-taking behavior usually escalates with time, with the person lying to friends and family, before lying to their employers and so on. We can actually see that here with Michael, as he lied to his boss and coworkers and is now lying to the police. He is well aware that there are negative consequences to what he's doing, but that's a risk he's willing to take. While we cannot say for certain that that is what Michael is literally doing, that's really the only rational conclusion we were able to come up with, based solely on how ridiculous his plan is. So, with all of that said, let's get into the footage.
On September 4th, 2025, a man near Seattle, Washington shows up at an active police scene wearing body armor with a SWAT patch. He carries a metal police badge and drives an unmarked car with flashing blue lights.
Were you on the phone with him? They asked us to come outside. I thought it was for you.
Who asked us to come outside?
I don't know. He's on the phone with him.
No, I thought I was pulled over because I thought you guys needed help with that.
Oh no, no, we thought. No, I'm confused right now, man. This is my first day back in a while, so I was out with COVID, and it was bad.
There are a few things of note here. First, it's obvious that in his outfit alone, he is attempting to pass himself off as law enforcement. That cannot possibly be argued. He's wearing a tactical vest, he has a fake police badge pinned on the front of his vest, and he approached the other officer as if they were peers, which objectively they are not. As previously mentioned, most men who get caught pretending to be police officers don't usually go out of their way to mingle with actual police, and for good reason. In most departments, especially in mid-sized towns or cities, most officers know each other. While they might not be good friends, they would share passing familiarity. They would probably see the same people every day, and would at least be able to recognize their peers if they were to see each other out of uniform. So Michael's appearance out of the blue would be odd, but he knows that, and he's come prepared with a reason as to why responding officers might not know who he is out of the gate. Without provocation, he tells the officer that he has just come back from a long time away, because he had a pretty severe case of COVID. He's hoping that the other officer just accepts his story on its face and moves on. Questioning someone's story about an illness they overcome, especially one that could be serious, is extremely uncomfortable, which Michael is aware of. He chose that story in order to lay on the officer's empathy, or at the very least, make him so uncomfortable he just moves on. But it also exploits gaps in collective memory. If the other responding officers are newer recruits, or if they themselves haven't been around consistently, Michael's absence might not register as strange. But despite purposely putting himself into the situation, Michael stumbles off the starting block by overvalidating himself. You often see the same behavior in children. A kid sneaks a cookie from the kitchen, and 5 minutes later, without anyone asking, they proudly announce, "I definitely didn't take a cookie because I was actually in the other room playing, and I actually hate cookies. I hate them, and would never want one in the first place, so stop looking at me." The guilty action sits so heavily in their mind that it practically bursts out of them, like Alien, but in a way they believe is clever. No one could ever possibly think I'm doing something wrong or bad, because I already said I'm not doing that. So, how do you do, fellow officers? Nothing suspicious here, but Michael does the same thing here. The responding officer hasn't interrogated him or even implied suspicion at all. But before anyone can say a word, Michael rushes to fill the silence with an unsolicited explanation. It's his first day back. He's been gone for a while. He had COVID and it was bad. This is the psychology of guilt in action. When someone is lying, they often overcompensate by layering in details that nobody asked for, desperately trying to preempt questions that haven't been raised. Ironically, the very attempt to look authentic ends up signaling deception.
Okay,
It's been a while since I've been back here. Oh yeah, it was
All right,
11 times.
I'm back, so sorry about that.
And it was the worst. I had to
11th
go to the
time?
hospital, get breathing treatment.
Yeah.
It was bad. It hurt to talk.
I've got kind of the gist of what's going on here. This dude's
good
cringe
now.
as hell.
Nice, man.
Again, Michael overexplains himself here, which the other officer did not ask for. He is so insecure about what he is doing, he sincerely believes that he's being questioned, when that is not happening at all. Unfortunately for him, most police officers know how to spot when someone is lying to their face, as they routinely deal with that every day. So he's not doing a very good job so far, but he doesn't know that.
Right on, man.
Just getting back here this afternoon, as soon as I'm talking with the shift change and debriefing with him, they're like, this big fire, like they made it out way worse.
Oh,
what it
okay.
was, and I
Yeah.
was like, what's going on?
No, he popped out, and I was like, dang, I thought you were like one of our detectives at first.
I know some of the guys were with the task force, but it's really with the sheriff.
What the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, try that way then.
Yeah,
Why
I
is he
deal with more of the parole and probation than anything.
Why is he just carrying a metal detector?
With, over there at the Kitsap Sheriff's Department, the detectives over there, I know more of those guys.
At least I think it's supposed to be a little...
Okay.
Is that what that is? I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to be a metal detector wand. I could be wrong. It might be like... I mean, I don't think a baton needs a sheath.
Yeah.
The cop certainly doesn't carry around a giant knife. I'm pretty sure it's the metal wand.
How long you been?
Well, so I retired from Baltimore City after 27 years.
That's
came out here.
Because
it took about a year for me to end up going back into an agency. Went with Thurston at first, Thurston Sheriff's Department. There was a lot of things going on, and they wanted to put me in the jail. I was like, nah, I got better things. So I know a lot of detectives from Edmonds, from the gang network and stuff like that. The anti-narcotics training on base.
has he been doing this the whole time I was on call, just talking about nothing?
About 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Michael has made up an entire little backstory for himself, which is very silly. He's playing pretend, which wouldn't be an issue, except for the fact that he's inserting himself into real police investigations and active scenes. We've previously looked at why men who impersonate law enforcement and pull over vehicles are so dangerous. They don't have the authority to arrest anyone, so they can't legally issue tickets, and so they have no real power beyond the costume they're wearing. What they're really chasing is a sense of importance that they don't get in their daily lives, and are willing to break the law to do so.
Yes, they are currently on an
Psychology
active
here
crime
is simple
scene, yes.
but alarming. These are men searching for validation, and they're willing to cross legal and moral boundaries to get it. That alone is troubling, but it also raises the stakes for anyone caught on the other side of their performance. If the driver they've stopped starts to question them or refuses to comply, the impersonator's fragile sense of authority can shatter. And when someone is so desperate to hold on to power they don't actually have, escalation becomes the most likely outcome. In nearly every case we have covered, these men weren't just dressing up and pulling over vehicles.
Usually an intensification of what
detail
they
makes
do.
the whole scenario far more disturbing, because when a fake officer feels cornered, the presence of a weapon can turn a hollow performance into a life-threatening encounter. The fact that nothing catastrophic happened in some of these cases is evidence of luck. While Michael may not seem like a direct threat to drivers in this case, his presence creates a serious danger to the justice system itself. Imagine if every officer on the scene simply accepted him as one of their own. They might trust him to take witness statements, secure an area, or collect evidence. But then the question becomes, what could happen to that evidence? He certainly can't bring it back to the station himself. He doesn't work there, and his crime would immediately be revealed. And even if he somehow managed to hand it over, damage would already be done.
That breaks chain of evidence easily. I mean, you have somebody with no authority in the position or the investigation touching evidence that completely ruins the evidence. The defense can easily just get that thrown out of court saying that somebody outside of the police district investigation detective team touched it and has no need or no purpose of being inside of a courtroom because it could have been tainted.
Of custody, the careful record of who collected and handled the evidence would be broken the instant the impersonator touched it. In the eyes of the court,
that's also why, like, when a crime scene happens, the police get everybody out of it as fast as possible and secure the area, because even if something isn't even discovered as evidence yet and somebody touched it, that can still mess with things. So that's kind of like, that's where this sort of chain of custody gets to be super, it's a very delicate sort of thing. That's why, like, evidence lockers and stuff are so tightly kept. Ideally, obviously there's been issues with that. But that's why evidence lockers have like sign in and sign out sort of systems where like somebody keeps track of who's taking what out from what case and how much of it or what of it and all that sort of jazz. Because it's a very, very delicate and needs to be kept safe process because of how easily that sort of stuff can be and would be manipulated if it didn't.
That evidence would be useless. This isn't just a procedural hiccup. If the evidence were vital to solving a case or securing justice for a victim, Michael's role would effectively destroy it. The crime scene would be contaminated, the credibility of the case compromised, and the chance at justice lost. All because someone as stupid as Michael wanted to feel important. There's a wild amount of self-centeredness that is on display, both with Michael and every other person who tries to falsely portray themselves as a police officer. They're so insecure with themselves, so deeply unsatisfied with their lives that instead of doing something actually productive that they could really be proud of, they go out of their way to hurt other people. They think that the only way to be important in this world is to wield some kind of authority, all the while lacking the follow-through or stamina to actually gain that through the proper means. And they see no problem with hurting others to do that.
Greatly said. I mean, well said. There's basically not much I can add to that. I mean, it was beautifully said. It's a huge issue, and it's important to note the intensity that he talks about, like how when people that feel the need to do this are denied that sort of thing, they will intensify, and that's where it gets dangerous. You see him fully decked out. I mean, like, why does he have all this shit? He is wearing all of this stuff just to play this role. He has not earned a single thing that he is wearing, and he is putting on this entire costume because he is that desperate to be validated as some sort of authoritative position. It's crazy. It's crazy, and it doesn't happen just here. Like, this sort of intensification, it happens with a lot of things. It's really, it's embarrassing. it's embarrassing. Yeah. I mean, and greatly said. Like, imagine if people just, were out on the street, masked, unbadged, not displaying themselves, not naming themselves, just sort of randomly detaining people without question, saying people had to just obey. What happens if they're not actually authority and they're just stealing people, just kidnapping people? What about that? Surely that's not happening, right? Surely there aren't people just dressing up as government officials, roaming the streets, detaining people that they're prejudiced against because they just are given the validation to do that, right? That would be almost like having their face and badge and their accountability fully displayed is kind of an important piece of an authority figure in this regard. Because I don't know, maybe if they were displayed, they probably wouldn't be doing 75% of what they're doing. Because it's almost like it's fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. 2 years with the robbery. I started with robbery and now with the gang intelligence.
Dang, it's pretty hardcore.
You look like you're right.
Right on, man. Hey, I just gotta stop by for a
My name's Stiletto, by the way.
Stiletto?
Stiletto. Yeah.
It's
Stiletto?
all over
Are you
the
gonna
place.
be back here tonight?
I mean, I'm working.
A card or something.
Oh, okay. I'm working all night, so yeah.
If you'll see me, I'll be out here all night.
All right, man.
Fresh air, man, and I'll grab a card for you and give it to you, man.
Cool.
All right, and what's your name again?
Officer Trask.
Sorry.
Trask.
All right, Trask.
Yeah, man.
Hey, you just call me Mezzy or Stiletto.
All right, man.
All right, man. Thank you, man. I'll
Yep.
see you later. Who are you asking to leave?
I call and this guy 24 hours here in the door.
Okay.
Is he working security for you?
Yeah. Have a good moment. Yeah.
That guy is?
Are you good?
I'm good.
Pausing again to really emphasize just how stupid Michael's actions were. He had told this exact officer an entire backstory about who he was, what he did, all the units he worked in, and whatnot, simply because he wanted to feel cool and important the day prior. However, what he said was so strange that the other officer informed his supervisor of the encounter, and then they looked into him themselves. Well, Michael figured he had just gotten away with lying to the police and
Foot-and-mouth
working as a
disease.
police officer. He just put himself on their radar. They
Yup.
contacted multiple departments, looked into if Mezzy Scaletta had any history in their area, and quickly determined that he was just a security guard looking to play out an elaborate power fantasy. And given that he told them where he works, his facade was completely broken down. But he doesn't know that yet.
You want to come back over here?
It's kind of crazy how much you can just shut up, by the way. Like, you don't have to speak. And I say that as a chronic speaker. Just a guy who gets paid to yap. You don't have to be talking. Your opinion doesn't have to be said. And once again, ironic coming from a guy who's just constantly yapping and stating his opinion. You don't have to be doing it. Nobody's forcing you to do that. It's honestly a skill set to know when to not do that. Because we live in such a time where it is encouraged to do that. It is a skill set to know when to not. If I'm being honest with you, I don't think that's really stated enough, but I think we get to this point where instead of knowing when to speak, it's become important to understand when not to speak. Hey bud, what's up? Cheeky boy. You just drink some water? You got goopy all over your beard. Beard's wet, bud.
I was talking to some other guys. So you work for Edmonds PD?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a part-time gig.
I got you. Do you have your commission card with you?
Yeah, give me a minute. It's got it on the side. Yeah, it's got everything in there.
Random seagull.
Sorry? No, he's going to. It's in my other bag.
Oh, okay.
He's grabbing it now.
Okay, how long have you been working for the Salvation Army?
Sorry?
How long have you been working off duty for the Salvation Army?
I'm here almost every other week.
Every other week?
Yeah, and then I also work down at the KRM.
Okay. And what's your full name?
Mezzy Scaletta. M-E-Z-Z-Y. S-D-A-L-E.
He says the most confidently ever.
M-E-Z-Z-Y, correct.
That obviously is not his first name, but he knows that if he were to give his real name and they were to run it, they would see that he's a felon and not a police officer. But he's hoping
Mezzy like the soccer player?
To avoid them even having to do that. In his mind, there is still a way to salvage this. He's hoping that by sending his coworker to grab his credentials, that the officers will pal around with him for a bit and he can convince them that he hasn't technically done anything wrong. So let's see how that works out for him, because I bet it works really well.
And Scaletta?
S-C-A-L-E-T-T-A.
Okay, what's your middle initial?
Anthony. And 81076.
Middle initial, Anthony. Nice, bro. Got him.
As soon as he gets back,
what's a good phone number for you?
Hey, man. Yeah, it's going to be the green bag. And it's got the my wallet with the credentials and everything on the side of it. And no, upstairs. Yeah. My bad. My apologies. Thank you.
Wait, can you, Sarge, can you stay over
here? Please grab it. All right, I'll see you in a minute.
Is it a loaded firearm that you have with you, Mr. Scaletta?
Correct.
Okay, can you put your hands on the car, please? I'm not familiar with the retention of this holster. Just keep your hands over there.
Can we not do this in front of everybody? I mean, really?
Yeah.
Michael doesn't seem to understand that he is in no position to ask them for any sort of favors here. He has actively inserted himself into multiple active police calls
is Mezzy.
and irreparably hurt those cases, all because he wanted to feel like he was an officer of the law. That's not a victimless crime, nor is it something that most officers...
It is kind of cringe when you think about it. He's literally LARPing, except he's endangering people because he's LARPing somebody who should be, like, protecting people, and he's, like, responding as the protector with zero training or authority instead, because he's literally such a shriveled human being that he desires this without any sort of drive to earn that. It's so cringe.
Officers are willing to overlook. But these things likely never occurred to Michael.
Yeah,
in his mind.
LARPing with a loaded firearm. True. Yeah, like imagine somebody went to a con. Imagine like Comic-Con pulled up and some dude showed up as Cloud with a functioning Buster sword. It was just fully a sword. Whole ass sword. Just fully capable of slicing through people. Are you stupid? Like actually crazy.
Because he hasn't actually hit anyone, he can't be accused of hurting anything. And because his goal was to help the officers, their negative reaction was uncalled for.
Just like keeping your hands on that.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, I contact my command as soon as y'all are...
You have any other firearms down, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. What you do? So you're not under arrest right now?
Okay.
You're saying, right?
Yes, sir.
Why would you put the gun right in front? Like, I mean, I guess they're handcuffing him.
Can you call my...
Yeah, we can take care of all that.
Yeah.
Yes? We can take care of all that. We can make all the phone calls. It needs to be done. All right.
My God, look at his legs. Look at Boomer's legs in the camera right now. He's rolling around right now.
And so, his credentials?
What agency did you say you were with?
Edmonds? You were with Edmonds. Edmonds, yes. Okay.
You understand there's being a tanner?
I understand the whole process. Yes, I do. Okay.
You want me to take photos? Yes, please. Mr. Scaletta, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to time to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned.
Well, now he's
if I
arrested.
afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand?
Turn around, face me, please. Stand right.
Wait for sign that name.
Not a whole lot of police nowadays have
Pausing to say that it's pretty funny that the officer took a picture of him.
Really quick, it's pretty common nowadays that officers have a badge and a little like nameplate on their vest. I'm assuming this would vary depending on state and department, but it is very common that they have a badge with their number and also their name displayed. Just pointing that out. This guy obviously does not.
I know that's not supposed to be funny, but Michael wanted to inflict his will onto the world, and he's now handcuffed with an actual officer taking a photo of him to send around to other departments to confirm he's not really a cop. This could potentially be the...
What's the difference between being detained and actually arrested? Being detained is the cops have a suspicion you're involved in something that is a crime, and they're holding you in order to make sure you don't run away, essentially. That could be either on site or eventually they're suspicious of you. Yeah, it's a great way to put it. Being arrested is you're being accused of it. Yeah. Suspicions versus accused, for sure. It's a great way to describe it. If the police have reasonable suspicion, they can detain you, and they're... He's just looking at me. What? Boomer is upside down staring at me. Good? So they only have a certain amount of time they can have you detained for. But yeah, so they need to find something to verify that suspicion, essentially, to be able to arrest you. They can't just be like, we're suspicious, you're detained, now you're arrested. I found a random Nerds gummy cluster at the foot of my desk. Okay. That's going in the trash. Anyway, if they're suspicious you're involved, they'll detain you, and then they have a certain time period to figure out if that suspicion is true. Otherwise, you basically have to be let go legally. So there you go.
The most embarrassing thing to ever happen to him.
Say go ahead. You ready? No, I'm hearing them. Lester Scaletta, Sam, Charles, Adam, Lincoln, Edward, Tom, Adam. First one, Mezzi, Mary, Edward, Zebra, Young. Middle A, Anthony, 1976, 0810.
Sorry?
What'd you say your name was?
Message the letter.
Is it okay if I check your phone?
Absolutely. Can you grab my credentials and everything out there, please?
Hello.
Will you touch that close hip, please?
Sorry?
No, I was talking on this part, please.
Boomer is now on the other side of me. What?
I had tics, so I had to rest in them. That's why.
Okay. What was your first name?
Mezzi. M-E-Z-Z-Y.
Mezzi, I'm Trevor.
Michael has already begun to display a variety of self-soothing behaviors while waiting for the police to confirm that he's not actually a cop. Since he's been handcuffed, he has bent forward a fair few times. It's a motion often seen with runners trying to catch their breath, as a way to draw deeper inhales. In Michael's case, it's less about oxygen and more about regulation. His heart is probably pounding, his thoughts are racing, and his body is instinctively searching for ways to settle itself. At the same time, he rocks from side to side, shifting his weight in small, restless steps. This kind of movement is a classic outlet for nervous energy, a way to bleed off some of the tension building inside. Another detail stands out. His blinking has noticeably increased. When asked about it, Michael attributes the behavior to his Tourette's, a neurological condition marked by sudden, repetitive movements or vocalizations. Whether the blinking is driven by stress, by the condition itself,
That he wasn't
or by a combination of
displaying
both,
previous?
the effect is still the same. It signals the strain of the movement, the body struggling to soothe itself while the mind scrambles for control.
So
he's stimming. I mean, I know you're making a joke, but yes. Stimming is essentially a way to release energy that you don't know how to release. So it kind of, you're right. Stress does in fact like trigger stims like that. You don't necessarily need to have some sort of neurodivergency to have the need to stim or regulate. Stress is plenty of motivator to cause people to do coping mechanisms like he's being described as doing. I don't think he's really, I mean, it's a great thing to point out. He's definitely not sitting here saying that he's guilty because of these things. He's just pointing out the contrast between his relaxed behavior to his unrelaxed behavior since being detained, which is worthy of note because once again, like, he's stressing and he's finding ways to relieve that stress even in this situation that he wasn't displaying this stuff previous. It's an interesting note. Once again, I don't think he's saying that he's guilty because of these things. There's plenty of other shitty channels that are willing to say that, but we don't watch them. So
Do you understand why you're detained right now or no?
I don't know.
I think
why you did or doing what you're doing, but
okay. Is it okay if I explain some of it?
Sure.
Okay. So first off, if you are a commissioned police officer in this state, you'll be taken out of cuffs, and I will formally apologize.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Here's a couple problems though. I'm one of the supervisors in the city right now. If Salvation Army is hiring uniformed commissioned law enforcement, who's going to be carrying badge, gun, vest, especially not in our agency? Well, as far as I'm concerned, let me finish.
First of all, I did not have a weapon on while I was on duty, and I was leaving. I'm off duty. I was leaving.
Okay.
Okay. So that's number one.
Let him explain.
Sure. Go ahead.
So if you're us,
so where was the gun?
Law enforcement, you understand. We see a guy with detective badge, police badge. I think there's a SWAT badge somewhere on there as well, right? In our jurisdiction, and we haven't been notified that hey, Salvation Army's got armed law enforcement, and that's not true. You might have just been going from your employment to your car. However, when we came across you, right, you're uniformed and armed. When we came across you, that's an accurate statement. So the concern is, especially because we weren't given notification, right?
I'm not operating. I'm not working. I'm not.
Well, here's the problem.
Leaving.
Well, it's Mezzi, right?
Correct.
Here's the problem with that. You're leaving. Even if you're leaving, Salvation Army, this is the #1 crime hotspot in the entire city for us.
I know this.
Let me tell.
Okay. I'm a retired Baltimore City.
Okay.
27 years. I come out here.
Then let me talk.
I get it.
Then let me
I'm
talk.
sorry.
It seems that Michael has just now become aware of how serious the situation is. He's being publicly humiliated in front of his job. His lies are being exposed by the very people he was attempting to emulate, and his entire power fantasy is falling apart.
Which
at the
is
seams.
so, I mean,
however, because the supervising officer has stated that he is unsure whether or not
met with a supervising officer is icing on the
Michael
cake,
still feels
bro.
like he can try to manipulate his way out of the situation.
He is met with like one of the guys who's like in charge, essentially, of like beat cops. So
makes a desperate appeal to authority, claiming to have been a Baltimore police officer for 2 decades, languishing in the injustice of being detained. He begins to get agitated, which would make sense if he were actually being honest here. However, none of the other officers have been moved by his statements.
Well, I think we're getting our wires crossed a little bit, because what I'm trying to get you to understand is, I understand that you're just leaving if you're off duty. But if you know that this is the highest crime area, right? If you know this is the highest crime area in the city, and you know that that's likely, due with your law enforcement experience, that we're going to be in the area, probably not the best idea to be wearing a vest, armed, going to and from, because it's going to make us think some things, up to and including possible criminal impersonation of a police officer. That's why you're detained.
That would be
You get all that
crazy.
checked out, and you know what? This might be an error for their bosses and our bosses.
That would be
Because this is all
crazy.
true, right? And we weren't, and we just weren't notified. That's what could have solved this, is an email saying, hey, just so you know, There's a guy, he's law enforcement.
God, that would be
a
so
salvation
embarrassing.
company. They see
Imagine.
him come and go from the parking lot. That's what we'd say. Sounds good. We've heard nothing.
Okay.
Have you heard anything about this? Have you heard anything about this?
So we might have called Edmonds last night.
Major issue with police is also communicating between districts. So I actually think this cop is doing a good job of being like, it is entirely possible we just did not communicate, and I will accept that. So I will give him his flowers in that regard. It is a big flaw within police districts is the lack of communicating between themselves.
The sheriff?
What?
We might have called Edmonds PD last night.
Yeah.
Not on the payroll.
Say it again?
You're not on the payroll with Edmonds PD.
Is it okay if I go through this?
Yes, please. Good night. And then I can...
Let's try a hand at Michael's favorite thing and role play a bit. Only in our case, it's perfectly legal. Picture yourself working at the same office day after day. You know the routine. You clock in, chat with the same coworkers.
I need
You
this
despise your boss.
I don't know how I'm
and are
not
sick
subscribed to
of
this
them,
guy. I love
the
it.
whole 9 yards.
I love his
It is
commentary.
Such a
It's so
fixture in your
dry.
life that the idea of being questioned about it doesn't even cross your mind. Now imagine walking in one morning and being stopped by security. They begin questioning you, and it quickly becomes clear that they think you don't belong there. That would be infuriating, wouldn't it?
Yep.
They're not only keeping you from doing your job, but doing so in full view of your colleagues. Naturally, you'd leap at the chance to prove them wrong. You'd show your ID, call your manager, maybe even scold them for the embarrassment they're causing. But then you realize, wait, you forgot your ID. So you ask them to call your boss directly, confident that that will settle everything. Except when they do, your supposed boss claims to have no idea who you are. According to them, you never worked there at all. If you are telling the
Almost
truth,
like
this would feel unbearable. You'd probably...
It's so unreal because, like, why would you even say that? It takes like a 5-minute phone call for them to verify that information. It's actually insanely boneheaded to think that, like, that's gonna get...
probably assume the guards had made a mistake or that someone was lying, or that the whole system had broken down in some ridiculous way. You'd be angry, loud, and eager to defend yourself. Or maybe you would feel like you're going crazy, like everyone around you had lost their minds, or you're being pranked. Michael, in contrast, doesn't react that way. Instead, he accepts that his, quote, supervisor is for some unexplained reason lying about him to the other officers. In his story, he isn't outraged at being publicly humiliated or furious that his one lifeline has failed him.
Of course.
He just shrugs and folds the contradiction into his performance, as if his boss lying about his employment is just a silly little thing that happens from time to time.
Yeah,
that brings us to another telling detail. Despite all his claims
The classic,
of being part
my
of the
boss
department,
forgot I
Michael
existed.
never once refers to a colleague or supervisor by name. When he was first cuffed, he asked the officers if he could call his supervisor to clear things up, but he doesn't name anyone. Not a sergeant, not a lieutenant, not even a last name muttered in passing, likely because he doesn't know one.
Call my phone. Oh, that's not my bag. That's no, it's the one with the Gatorade, the electrolyte.
So this is now the second bag that he has claimed should have his credentials in it, but it doesn't. Again, the bags are more or less of a time-consuming tactic. He knows that he doesn't have credentials, and therefore it doesn't matter what bag they bring to him.
Of course.
But like most liars and con artists, Michael believes that if he just gathers a little bit more time, he'll be able to cobble together a really convincing story. He's just one more lie away of winning these cops over and getting away scot-free.
So can I get you?
Yep, real.
Do you know who looked into him?
Do you mean when he was hired?
Yeah.
My boss, Jake Stevens. He said he was part of the global task force there. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you the number.
Thank you.
Michael's coworker gives the officer a new backstory, one where he isn't part of a gang and narcotics task force, but part of a corporal task force, which we've never heard of, but whatever. While this change in roleplay is small and seemingly unimportant, it's fairly telling. Most liars have a very hard time keeping their own stories straight.
True.
Every time they're asked to recall their story, they'll inevitably change details like this.
And the police are trained to keep that in mind and know, like, sort of keep details in mind to be able to, detect that stuff. I'm sure one of them might bring it up in this, and when the clip unpauses.
Where he isn't able to actually give the same details twice in a row.
How long have you been with Edmonds?
Almost 18 months now.
18 months?
Yeah. So I was at Thurston prior.
Thurston County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. You're at Thurston for?
About a year. So when I retired from Baltimore City, Maryland, 4 years ago. I came out here. I worked at the detention center for
As
a little
opposed to what Baltimore City?
They put me in the detention center. I didn't like it, and I was able to secure a spot over at Edmonds after getting some other certification.
The fuck? What?
Again, this backstory is patently
any
different
of
from
that
the one he gave before. He
Did
seemed to
anybody
have really
catch
focused
any of
on the
that?
idea
That sounded
he
like
retired
mumbles
from the Baltimore
and
Police
jumbles.
Department after 2 decades, but almost everything else has small changes to them that show he's lying. Moreover, he cannot stop moving while he's talking. He's so anxious that he feels the need to shift his feet just to get that energy out of him, which illustrates that someone is not a good liar. How he genuinely believed he would be able to get away with this, I don't know.
So what the investigation?
The only reason I was walking away is I was going to be like, hey, we've got possible criminal impersonation here. This guy's armed. I was just going to maybe wait for 1 or 2 more.
I know, but
that's all.
He was
getting weird,
making me real uncomfortable.
Gotcha.
So I just wanted
I picked up on that. I just wanted to let you know.
So you're only contracted to work 18 months?
It's good. Yeah, that's what it is. Yes. So
you said you've been at Edmonds for 18 months, but then you said you're only contracted to work.
I got another 18 months left.
Okay.
Okay. So I did the 2 year.
This is so hard to watch.
If you were only contracted to work someplace for 2 years and have already worked 18 months of that contract, you would not need to work another 18 months. You'd only have to work 6 months.
That'd be 3 years, by the way.
24 months and 2 years. Why am I explaining this? That's basic math, which apparently is something that Michael can't do at the moment because he's so nervous that he's just saying whatever comes to mind.
That signed on for the 2 years. I got 18 months left.
So you said you said you signed.
We'll get all figured out.
Yeah.
So
what
like
you said
I
is
kind
that
of
you
feel like this was a little bit overboard. I'm respectful. I get it. You're doing your job.
Well, you said you're a retired Baltimore police officer.
I was, yes.
Okay, so
Yes, man,
you and I
we don't
both operate on the reasonable standard.
We know. I know it. All right.
I wonder if he actually was, because a lot of lies have bits of truth in it. So I wonder.
99 other officers witnessing this situation. Would you agree it's a little bit suspicious? Just a little bit.
I get it. And with everything that goes on out here, you know, I understand your point of view. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I don't think you're being disrespectful.
I just, I'm just kind of irritated with it, right?
They said earlier he's a felon?
A little bit differently.
You're irritated?
Oh, I must have been on my phone call when that happened.
I wasn't operating. I wasn't. Hey, listen, man. You guys saw it. I get where you're coming from. Just do your job. Just get this squared away.
So where are you staying while you're?
Look at that guy back there, like the fuck.
Sorry.
Where are you staying while you're in Bremerton?
I was about to say, yeah, that means he can't have an armed weapon either. I guess it does say felon pretends to be cop.
What brings you to Bremerton?
For this off-duty gig. I live in Thurston and Lacey.
It's a far drive.
It is. It's a lot.
Why not work in Thurston?
Because you're a registered felon and only so many places hire you.
We were having issues. I didn't want to work in the jail anymore.
What kind of issues?
Dealing with the same people that we were dealing with. And some of the politics. Derek, I love him. He's a great guy.
Me when I'm really good at lying and like what happened did.
Sanders. Right. When he became sheriff, a lot of things have changed. It's different out here. I do things different.
How long have you known Sheriff Sanders?
57 years.
One of the oldest tricks in the liar's handbook is outsourcing credibility. If you can point to another person who allegedly saw the same thing, or heard the same story, or already knows,
I can't wait for
your
Sheriff
tale
Sanders
suddenly
to not
feels less
exist.
far-fetched, especially if someone already believes that you're lying. like in the case of D.D. Moore. Psychologically, this works because humans are wired for social proof. When other people appear to agree, our brains shortcut skepticism and assume the claim is more likely to be true. It's the same reason a restaurant with a line seems better than an empty one next door. Michael attempts to do that here, simply by saying the name of the sheriff in Thurston. This doesn't work, and is only given the officers another person to contact to see if they know who he actually is.
Been here 4 years now.
4 years?
Yeah. Right before he became sheriff.
He pulled up on Casey and turned on blue emergency lights inside the car and got out and was like, hey, I'm over at Edmonds.
In 2015, he was involved in like a SWAT incident where he barricaded himself inside and had like a whole like threat of like blow the place up. So it was like a bomb threat. SWAT was involved. They came out. He was detained and arrested.
Where's he?
In District of Columbia. That was the links. He's saying that he retired from Baltimore City Police after doing like 24 years.
Bruh.
4 years ago, which he's a convicted felon. He wouldn't be retiring 4 years ago.
Yeah, he's going to jail. 100% the right call across the board.
Did you see my face once it dawned on me what was going on?
Yeah.
His eyes are also super, super constricted, and he's hella jittery. So I don't know if he's on something.
There's something pretty funny about the fact that Michael, prior to being
Gen
cuffed,
Z-ass
thought
cop
he was
right
doing
there.
a really good job here. He believed that every officer he came across bought his story hook, line, and sinker, and he likely rode that high for a long while. However,
because you know why? Because police are really good at just letting people talk. It's honestly a really good social skill that they end up learning through the job. I will give them this credit. They are really good at letting people say things. And letting them feel like they should continue, or that what they're saying is being accepted. They're really good at that, the psychological weaponization of conversation. Weaponized silence is great. Yeah, it's a great, there's a psychological trick to when somebody says something and then silence is given. It sort of gives people this inherent cue to continue. So you see this with these conversations where he's sitting there detained, they're asking him a question, which he answers, but then they don't respond. So then he continues the answer, even when nobody's saying he needs to continue to convince them otherwise. It's fascinating.
the other officers he was working alongside probably felt that something was off from the start. They immediately began asking questions, calling other departments, and seeing if anyone had ever heard of him, which ultimately destroys Michael's power fantasy.
Probably.
You do it with customers at work.
So, tell me what happened in 2015 with Baltimore PD.
The riots?
I think you know exactly what I'm talking about.
The unit, yeah.
All right, so Michael just looked at the police's body cam as if he were Jim from The Office. He's now aware that he's been well and truly found out, and that continuing to lie will not benefit him. So let's just see where he goes from here.
I worked in the
Watch the silence.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to the silence.
They were fun. We all knew what they were doing. We knew what was going on. It's a matter of time. And we already had, we knew the feds were there.
Mm-hmm.
See?
But you keep your nose clean. You don't have to worry about.
Well, I'm talking about the offense where you were arrested in Baltimore City.
Me?
In 2015.
I was arrested. I wasn't arrested. Never been arrested.
Oh, good. He decided to add more backstory and continue to lie.
Never been arrested. Never once.
Definitely not going to be another charge.
Never been arrested.
So when I search you in our police database, and your name and date of birth come back with an incident in 2015 with the District of Columbia, which is obviously Washington, D.C.
That's D.C., yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You said, no. Go take me on Apis right now. Never. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Okay.
Will you see if he'll let us turn on his lights?
Yeah. He said he has known Sheriff Sanders for 4 years. That he went to Edmonds after he left the Sheriff's Department, Thurston County. And he's been with wherever he's at now for 18 months.
You think this is with Edmonds? They called Edmonds last night, double checked he's not on the payroll.
So they've had this issue yesterday with this guy?
Yeah. This is a follow-up to some bullshit last night where he pulled up on Kesey and turned on the blue lights.
What the
Yep. No, I know.
Yeah. Is this guy going to jail at this
Yes.
point?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We're taking
What the hell?
some photos.
This is insane. Like the shirt is in the plastic.
This was 2 months ago, by the way.
This reflective vest is straight from Gauls.
Yeah, look, he's got a firefighter helmet too.
Jesus Christ, man.
Trying to do it all.
We've already covered the amount of harm a person falsely identifying themselves as a
What?
police officer can do to individuals,
Bro.
as well as to the justice system at large. But they can also harm the active working officers.
He's
in
just
the area.
straight up
These are
LARPing?
men and women who
Got
actually did the
firefighter
hard
shit and
work to
everything?
qualify for their positions, who work to
Me
keep
when
their
I'm a
community safe.
firefighter and wear my firefighter gear out in public without a fire to fight. All that super heavy and flame retardant gear. Yeah, I just... Yeah, they just wear that stuff in case of a fire. Duh.
Safe and put their lives on the line every day. To see someone like Michael, who's using the badge to inflate his own ego, they get properly annoyed. But it's good to see them bonding over mocking him.
It'd be pretty funny.
That's crazy.
Got my wallet.
I just want to confirm you're giving us the consent to search the vehicle. I just want to hear it from you, yes or no. Are you giving us consent to search the vehicle?
What, y'all are gonna tear my vehicle apart?
We're gonna search the vehicle.
No.
We're not gonna like.
We're done. All right. We're done. Nope.
No, okay.
You're not gonna tear my vehicle up. No.
Well, now they're going to get a warrant, but that's going to be easy.
Apply for a search warrant. Do what you gotta do.
Let's remove the gear.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's solve that problem.
Okay.
How much of it's plastic, chat?
How does this come off? Is it just like the
It's a-
two buttons and a zipper?
Yeah. And then you should be able to unvelcro it on the side and just take it all off.
You said you can take out the Velcro on the side?
The Velcro side? It's been a while.
Been a while. Will you just sleep with that thing on?
No, my phone's in that pocket right there.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Is he cuffed? Yeah, he's been detained.
What's that? Jacob would like to get his Bible out of your car.
He's just grabbed the Bible.
Yeah, he's grabbed. I'm not playing a game with you. I'm not.
Greg grabbed the Bible and secure it back up. Where do y'all go with the vehicle? Are you towing it or?
Yeah, it's gonna be towed for
Fine for a
evidence.
search warrant or what?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's gonna be towed for evidence impound.
And what are the charges?
We'll go over that here in a second.
What a
Can I
cornball,
have,
dude.
so I don't have COVID no more. I took the test and it was negative, but I was out sick. So
You don't have COVID?
I did have.
Oh,
I was
okay.
out. I'm not sick no more. I was able to return back to work. That was treatment. But my mouth is dry. From
I guess there's a COVID thing somewhere that they found.
Do you have a clear bag on you?
Yeah. I got you. Is that it's the cell phone?
Yeah. Do you have anything else in your pockets? Or like your wallet?
I believe I have my
Mama
my
bird
vape
not too good at
in
feeding.
the side.
Okay.
In this
Do
pocket.
you mind if we take that out?
Absolutely. And I'm not trying to be dickhead or
I understand.
disrespectful. It is what it is. But I'm interested with why you're saying that I was arrested in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore.
Because you were.
Well, because we ran your data earlier, right? Whenever you
This
came up,
cop's so
and you contacted,
confused as to what, how to even
one of our
answer
officers
this.
and one of our sergeants earlier tonight.
Because it's you.
Earlier tonight?
Yeah.
I didn't.
What?
Yes, you did.
Oh, what, with the fire across the street?
Yeah.
That was me. Okay.
In my experience, most cops won't really approach an active scene while they're off duty, especially out of jurisdiction.
Actually, really bad
So
for them to do that.
whenever you do that, you have lights on in the car. You come up, you're saying, "Hey, I'm Edmonds Police," and that you're working an off-duty gig for Salvation Army. That raises a lot of flags, right?
Yep.
So hold on. So
I think it was taken out of context a little bit, but I was coming on.
I mean,
somebody
it's
told
all
us
on
that there
body
was a
cam.
fire across the street. I was coming on. I wasn't
Listen,
armed. I didn't. Force
no one said you were armed. Okay.
I did. Because he was armed, it's on video. This is where Michael slips into another weak tactic, one that borders on childish. He reaches for a small correction, as though polishing that single edge of the story will somehow make the entire lie more convincing. Whether he was armed or not is irrelevant in the larger scheme of things.
Pretty much.
But Michael clings to that correction anyways.
He had a
wants to
gun?
feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
he still has some control, as if this one adjustment could shift the balance back in his favor. This kind of behavior is common in younger people, especially children and teenagers, because they often mistake semantics for truth. When caught doing something wrong, they'll focus on the wording rather than the action itself. If someone says they hit their sibling, the child might rush to clarify, "I didn't hit them, I pushed them, I slapped them," as though the exact verb suddenly makes the behavior excusable. Because the other party didn't use the right word when recounting what happened, they can cling to the idea that
The
they're being
same
unfairly penalized and that the entire
spelling
world is
error.
against them. In adulthood, this tactic becomes more or less exhausting and transparent. Adults who cling to linguistic hair splitting are usually signaling insecurity. They know they've lost the main argument, but they can't let go entirely. By contesting the minutia, they create the illusion of participation as a way to avoid the crushing silence of total defeat. That's what Michael is doing here. He knows the walls
Great
are closing
synopsis,
in,
man.
that his story is already falling apart.
This guy is
A tiny
very
correction gives him a
well-spoken, if
flicker
I'm
of
honest with
agency.
you.
But this is what raises a lot of suspicion. A lot of flags get thrown whenever that happens, right? Imagine if you were working, right? As you go normal
I
beat
get it.
and in a normal spot,
understand.
and then I roll up and I'm
I like this channel
hey,
too,
I'm off
yeah.
duty as I'm wearing like my police badge.
That's not really how that went.
That's
But
exactly how that went.
Okay.
I told him I was doing security over here.
Okay.
We're the ones that told him that there was a fire over here. And that was it. I didn't do anything else.
Okay.
He was there, and that's all we needed. But this is your area, so yeah. I mean, it's nothing I'm gonna do out here or enforce or do anything. And I've never done that ever.
Okay. Well, it's all on camera, multiple cameras. Okay, the
Yeah, we got cameras.
Okay, I know. We have body cameras.
59
too, so
months
it's all-
past.
I
it's
never
all on video. So
enforced or did anything.
59 months up. Beast. Thank you, bro.
But you see why that would raise a lot of flags, right? And then when you provided your name to him, obviously we checked it. We call Edmonds, right? Edmonds says you're not on their payroll. Never have been. They don't know you.
I love how shifty he is. Like, look how shifty this guy's being. And this dude has not left this position once. Like, absolute chud. This dude is just like demasculating him left and right and has not faltered. And it's very entertaining, just psychologically to me. But that's very moot
And then
point here.
we run what's called a triple. You know what a triple I is?
Yes.
All right, so we run.
NCIC and they
Well, it's a little more than just NCIC.
Well, no,
but-
it's the database. Yeah.
You want a last sip before we dump this?
I would. Thank you.
It bears repeating that the men who pretend to be It bears repeating that the men who pretend to be cops
That's got to be a bit The police have got to do that on purpose just to have that. There's no way that's how they need to do that.
Often feel like they're superior to those around them. They feel as if they have a perfect sense of morality, and therefore are almost required to inflict that onto others. They want to be viewed as being moral, good,
That's
and
so
righteous,
awesome.
better than all other men. This entire charade is predicated on the fact that Michael wants people
Little
to view
hamster
him
boy,
as above
yeah.
them. But unfortunately, it has culminated in Michael having to ask for sips of water from an actual officer.
Are you still talking?
At this time, I'm going to invoke my rights and remain silent.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
We all know better.
No. Could have done that.
Call that wily law enforcement experience, huh?
Now the cops are just plainly making fun of him to his face.
Nice.
Yep, this is all the stuff.
It's Skeletta Teats. Is that your call last time?
Skeletta? Yes.
Okay, walk this way, please.
Cops are having a good time with this dude. I'd be pissed too, to be fair.
I'm speechless.
I can't say I blame him for fucking with this guy, because I would be pissed.
Alrighty.
I'm so confused right now.
What part is confusing?
This whole thing. I mean, I thought that he went to work last night.
Does he work at Salvation Army?
What?
Does he work at the Salvation Army in Bremerton?
No, he's supposed to be Bremerton Kitsap.
Doing what?
Well, I know he's a reserves police officer. That's what he told me. That's the work he's doing.
So apparently Michael has lied to his wife as well, which is not surprising in the least. When someone's ego is that delicate, their relationships tend to follow a predictable pattern. People like Michael rarely surround themselves with sharp critics
worse
or
than the
hard
crime
questions.
you're
They
committing.
avoid friends or partners who might poke holes in the fantasy, because even small doses of pushback feel like personal attacks. Instead, they tend to gravitate toward
Worse than the
compliant or
actual crime he's
deferential, or
taking
those who simply don't
is
care
lying
enough
to his
challenge
wife.
them.
Oof.
Psychologically, this is a form of ego protection.
Yup.
The lie doesn't just exist out in public. It also has to be maintained at home and in day-to-day life. In fact, it likely started
even
there,
tell your
before
wife
he
you're
built the courage up
LARPing
to
on the
put on his
side.
fake cop uniform and walk around in public. A strong-willed partner
What a
or a close
dork.
friend who constantly calls him out would shatter that fragile scaffolding in a matter of weeks. So, Michael, consciously or not, likely seeks people who will nod along and stay quiet, or even indulge the performance. The less resistance he meets, the more space his fantasy has to grow. This selective environment also explains why the impersonation escalates to public settings. When no one in your immediate circle challenges you, the illusion starts to feel real, but the moment it collides with actual scrutiny, the fragility is exposed. Michael's wife apparently was not aware of his actual job, believing that her husband was a reserve police officer who worked in the area. He likely spent the entirety of their relationship lying to her about who he is and what he does. And in all seriousness, it's in her best interest to leave the relationship as soon as she can.
He's a reserves police officer for who?
You know what? I don't know what.
Well, who did he? So we called Edmonds. Edmonds says that he does not work for Edmonds. Has not. They have no idea who he is.
Okay, so.
And they're saying that he is a reserve officer in the Bremerton Kitsap area. So who is
Poor
he?
lady, dude.
Who does he say he's a reserve officer for?
I know he's contracted. That's what he's told me, and
Who is he contracted through?
I don't know, sir. I'm so confused right now. Like I said, I just woke up. I thought you were him calling.
Well, we're calling from his phone.
Great.
Yeah.
I know he was with Intercom, and he also was with Issaquah
He was working for Issaquah PD.
as a reserves, but I don't have any paperwork, and I really
Yeah,
don't
they
know,
caught
sir.
a spy,
I don't know
yeah.
where his-
Yep.
I'm actually working under the president, undercover.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to talk
Skeletta,
about
you
it.
were convicted of, it looks like, a bomb hoax.
A what?
A bomb hoax in 2015.
No.
Okay, this says
Bro,
in
it literally
2015,
you're
convicts of hoax by false bomb.
You can't
He was
just
sentenced
deny
to
it.
Four months.
No.
4 months in prison.
What? No, bro.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
Did you get your firearms right restored?
So just
Okay, your charges today are going to be criminal impersonation in the second degree and unlawful possession of a firearm.
I
in the
can't.
second.
I'm hearing it, parents. I'm just trying to hear what you
Your
said.
charges today
Uh-huh.
are criminal impersonation in the second degree, which is a misdemeanor, and unlawful possession of a firearm in the second degree, which is a felony.
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And then do I? How does the court proceed? Like what happens?
Despite denying his previous conviction, it would appear that Michael drops his facade entirely here. He's no longer pretending to have any law enforcement experience, as he asks what is going to happen to him, because he would obviously
I was
already
about
know
to
that.
say he would
I will
probably
say,
have an idea
it's
if
also
he was
kind
a
of funny
cop.
how he made a big show of invoking his right to remain silent,
And his-
only did not do so.
Which
You go to jail,
isn't uncommon.
and then you'll get to speak to a judge either today or tomorrow.
Okay.
And then they'll determine your bail amount.
Okay. And are these serious charges or
Felonies.
two felonies?
Two felonies, bro. What do you think?
What are the two felonies for?
What they
Criminal
just
impersonation in
said.
the first degree and unlawful possession of firearm in the second.
Criminal impersonation. The first degree.
Yes.
That's a felony.
Yes.
I thought it was a misdemeanor.
Criminal
No.
impersonation in the second is a misdemeanor.
No.
So what? How did it?
Willingly impersonating a police officer is a felony
Turn to first degree?
because you did it
turns out you were
willingly.
Significant law enforcement action
Where?
at the 7-Eleven.
Oh my God.
I was taking action.
Yes. There's actually two things that I know of so far. One is that you were kicking people off the property at the 7-Eleven and taking trespass enforcement. Two, you were interviewing one of the local transients about a suspicious death at the Salvation Army.
Pausing to note that now Michael is being a bit more honest. He makes the accidental admission that this wasn't something he did on a whim. He tells the officer that he thought criminal impersonation was just a misdemeanor, not a felony, indicating that when he was buying his fake badge and outfit, he looked up what would happen if he was caught, and it would seem that he thought a potential misdemeanor was no big deal. I mean, he is already a convicted felon.
It's actually worse if you are actually worse for you if you are a felon and get a misdemeanor, but it's fine. I mean, like, it doesn't help your case. What?
All right. Okay.
What the fuck? What?
Oh man, goodness. What?
Yep.
And
What? Me? No.
all right. Okay. Oh man, goodness. A suspicious death. And if you don't mind, like, where did that information come from?
From all the people we just interviewed.
Did you talk to the store clerk?
We're going to.
Yeah,
That's
thank
what
you.
I'm doing right now.
Because I told him you need to call he called local PD, and they know who. Yeah, there's nothing I could do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Would you be able to talk to them before you charge me?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. All right, awesome.
Too late, buddy.
Do you know if he was able to get a hold of my wife?
Yeah, I'll hold your wife.
And do you know what she said?
Yeah, she said that you told her that you were coming to work as a reserve officer for Bremerton PD today.
There's something quietly
Me when my wife says the truth that I told her, but it's actually it's actually a different lie than I was giving the police officers.
sinister about the way Michael's behavior evolves over the course of the interview. In the beginning, he manages to maintain a veneer of
Yeah,
professionalism.
he's like
His
tweaking
nerves
right
are
now.
obvious, but overall, he kept to the script. He imitated the kind of calm, measured tone that real officers use, a performance designed to signal authority.
Yeah, he's like
and
going
composure.
bonkers in the
And for a
back seat
while,
right now.
He almost pulls it off. But once he's alone in the back of the police cruiser, that changes. His voice creeps higher, his words spill out faster, and his body won't stay still. The controlled image he worked so hard to project dissolves into compulsive fidgeting.
Excessive or heightening of your voice as well is an implication of the power dynamic being out of your favor as well. People typically heighten their vocal like speech to people they respect. I mean, it's obviously not or believe are in a power dynamic above them. I mean, obviously it's like a little, that's circumstantial, so it's not exactly foolproof, but this does happen a lot. When people speak to stuff like their superior or their boss or their mom, dad, etc. Nerves is also a factor.
The most jarring moment comes when he learns, perhaps for the first time in a concrete way, that his actions constitute not one but 2 felonies. His reaction is a strange, involuntary noise
marriage,
that sounds like
probably.
a teapot whistling. And ultimately, that sound says more than his words ever could. It's the sound of realization, the moment his fantasy collides head-on with legal reality. In that split second, the performance dies. What remains is not a convincing officer, but a man
Yeah, that
whose
was the
fragile
melting
ego,
point.
shaky lies, and carefully constructed facade have
I
all
wouldn't say
collapsed under
careful.
the weight of consequences he never truly prepared himself to face. The rest of the footage provided by Sergeant Pepperspray features other officers interviewing people Michael came into contact with. And as we have
Awesome.
no commentary for that portion, we will leave the video here. Despite the fact that no one was harmed in this particular case, what happened here could have easily led to innocent people being hurt.
Well, and
Michael,
it's
in a
happened.
bid to feel important, was willing to intimidate,
And it's
belittle, and
happened.
harass almost every person around him. He held no respect or care for the people closest to him, as he was willing to lie to his wife for years about where he got his money from and
That's
who he
crazy,
was.
bro.
And he was so high off of his own self-importance that he actually believed he could work alongside
I mean,
police
that is
without
crazy.
raising any suspicions. Thankfully, at the time of recording, he is off the streets.
Pepperspray?
And hopefully will not be
It's
able
a-
to do something
it's a
like this
channel.
again. If you've
It's footage, so I'm assuming this is like body cam, a channel that shows, yeah, it's like body cam footage. And the guy doing commentary is giving credit to this guy.
humans are naturally
So, great video. I actually love this guy. I thought his commentary was not redundant. I thought what he said is like well spoken. I think I love the dryness. And I think like he had it, not necessarily important. I mean, it is important. I think a lot of what he added was like really good information. If in case people want to know more about the breakdowns of this sort of stuff, I think this was great. I think he did a really good job. And I am now subbed. I hope to watch more. All right, let's deviate once more. Let's watch another video from Casual Geographic. Why this is the scariest predator of all time. Not sure what who he's talking about here, but is he gonna be talking about a kiwi? I have to use the bathroom because it's been probably an hour since I used it last. So I have to go do that really quick. And my wife is home, so I'm going to say hi to her. I might see if I can grab a snack or something as well. So I might need like 5 minutes. Be right back.
finally decided to sub with my own money cause I've had a job for almost a month now, yippee.
All right, here I am. We're back. I got myself a little remaining bag of taco or tortilla chips I have. I'm gonna eat those, but we're gonna watch a video, and I'm gonna eat those. Do a little snacky.
She's sneezing on my snag till I'll answer.
And we've also got to grocery plan, so I'm going to be on my phone trying to figure out groceries and stuff. I hope that's okay. I will obviously, you know, try to be paying attention.
Some animals very clearly got the middle finger from evolution. This is the portrait of privilege. There is no animal that's gotten more green lights from God than a bulletproof, sawtoothed, predatory sledgehammer with hyperintelligence, parkour prowess, and the...
Dude, I actually like... Did anybody else... There's a TikTok that showed up on my feed last night of a dude who found like a crocodile den. Wild shit. I don't know if you saw that one. I also don't know how old it was. He got like really fucking close to it, and there was a bunch of baby crocs going, and then just like in the back of the cave is just a giant fucking eyeball, and the mama gator just like...
The ability to cryo sleep like Captain
I can't remember if it was an alligator or a croc then, but still, yeah, crazy cool video.
Pretty much hibernation for reptiles. Basically a built-in power save mode for animals that already don't use much of it. But it means this is an apex predator that can survive a fate with Elsa, because gators and the like can survive a winter in a frozen pond by turning their metabolism all the way down, where they'll just stick their snouts above water and leave the rest under the ice where it's actually warmer until fate decides to defrost them. Mind you, brumaceans not sleep, and gators will move around on days when it's warmer. But it also means this ill-mannered iceberg can probably sense you walking past it, thanks to another superpower we'll get into later. Because you're gonna learn that not only is the mame gecko the most disrespectful addition to the food web, it is humanity's greatest predator. And whatever Oppenheimer felt when Hiroshima got hit with a massacre mushroom isn't even 1% of the regret felt by whoever unleashed an armor-plated equalizer onto Earth. But real quick, I'm gonna be saying crocodiles for most of this video, but a lot of this applies to crocodilians as a concept. I cannot express how much every part of a crocodile's body is designed to author your obituary, and that includes its walnut-sized brain. Because crocodiles are intelligent on a level that should deeply disturb you. Both mugger crocodiles and American alligators will lure birds in by using sticks and twigs as bait to snatch their souls. That would already be bad enough, without the implication. The implication is that Satan's Snaggletooth stapler is able to take seasonality into account, since they're aware enough to pull this in the middle of nesting season. They're like Batman with prep time, except they've had 100 million years to plot. Another revelation is that the dinosaur time left behind will hunt as a pack, with scientists watching a group of crocs swimming in a circle around a shoal of fish, making the circle tighter and tighter until the fish were forced into a bait ball, just for the chompy boys to take turns cutting across the center of the circle to get
literally
their share of
swarm
fish.
them.
There's another example where a massive saltwater crocodile scared a pig into running into a lagoon, where it was immediately jumped by two smaller crocs waiting. Now the implication there is somehow the giant salty knew exactly what direction to force the pig. Crocs have been doing this, it's just as expert Vladimir Dubé will tell you, it's incredibly difficult to study an animal that does its damage in the water. Because if you're in the water studying hunting crocodiles, chances are they're also studying you, and their thesis statement is your headstone engravement. Vlad has put in over 3,000 hours of watching crocs, and has witnessed things like a stronger, heavier croc driving fish to shore, with smaller, more agile teammates hawking cornered fish. Now you might ask, how do the crocs share their victims? And honestly, that might be more unsettling than how they murk them. Chris Campbell was a contractor for the Okefenokee Wildlife Reserve, which meant over a decade of watching what a neighbor gator is capable of. One day he showed up to work with 60-something gators posted up on the boat docks.
Terrifying.
What he described were two groups of gators, one in the semicircle formation driving fish to the shallows and using the boats to corner them, and the other group in the background resting, or more like waiting. Because whenever a gator from the hunting party caught a fish, he'd immediately retire to the waiting group, and one of the waiting crocs would sub in and take his place.
That's crazy.
This went on for hours, until it got hot enough for them to clock out and go their ways.
Bro, they do
But when Campbell
shifts?
went back the next morning, like clockwork, the morning crush was still there. Same time, same place, same agenda.
That's
a level
wild.
of teamwork and foresight most people aren't willing to accept from a prehistoric snap trap. But your ignorance ain't bliss. In fact,
Damn, look at that fish's eyeballs, bro. He's like, whoa!
People are warned never to get water from the same place more than once, and definitely not past twice. It's because crocodiles will memorize patterns and clock your daily routine, and getting too predictable around a professional camper means the croc will take note, just to ambush you the next chance they get, and they'll use very little energy to do it. It's also why studying them is like edging death. Choose the same spots repeatedly, and at best, the croc notices and avoids you with no regard for your research. And at worst, Senor Snappy studies your habits enough to put a halo around your head. That's a real PhD, which makes the crocodile a gift-wrapped FU to any creature of habit, and why the most dangerous kind of croc is actually an investigator. But if you watch this video, you could be the smartest thing missing a spine. You'll still be a living doormat if you don't have the hardware to back it up. And no animal has more disrespectful hardware than a motion-activated bear trap.
Octopus. Oh shit. Hype croc edit.
The crocodile is the most physically unfair predator on Earth because virtually every body part has been expressly designed to flatline you. They have the strongest recorded bite force of any animal, at 3,700 pounds per square inch, making its jaw a steel trap, capable of damage on par with maturers realize it's the teeth as much as the jaw. Sharks have serrated teeth to slice through prey. Crocs have death cones designed to keep prey in its custody, meaning if a leather log bites you,
He hasn't even brought up the death roll yet.
Which gets worse when the croc proceeds to drown you, and with crocs being able to hold their breath for up to 2 hours, trust that you'll pass tense long before he does. The only thing with those teeth is they're great for grabbing, useless for chewing, so they'll slam prey into chunks and swallow them whole, which leads to the most broken finishing move of any animal, the death roll. But crocs also have the most acidic stomach of any animal. They can dissolve bones, horns, and hooves. But they're also bloodbenders with a heart that controls exactly where the blood goes. And a feeding croc will direct blood to its stomach, so the carbon dioxide in it only makes the acid more corrosive. And good luck fighting back when nature made an evolutionary aggro weapon borderline bulletproof. Crocodiles are covered in osteoderms, and armor plating blocks the teeth of other animals from doing damage, which is why there's more than one case of a croc tanking a gunshot, but the nasty work is what you can't see. The scales are said to manipulate water in a way that means a 20-foot problem doesn't make ripples. The osteoderms create countercurrents that cancel out any disturbances made in the water.
Ain't
Basically
no
Cloaking
way.
technology, but in a steroid reptile. The same osteoderms can store heat for when it gets too cold and then release it when it's too hot, so they also have a built-in thermostat. There's one more trick under its skin, and it's that when crocs spend all that time underwater, lactic acid starts to build up in them. But because osteoderms are made of mineralized bones, the minerals will slightly dissolve if the acid gets too high, releasing carbonate and bicarbonate ions that neutralize the acid and raise the pH. Crocs are nature's
bonkers, dude.
Evolution gave them every cheat possible. And with salties growing up to 20 feet long and pressing the scales at often over 2,000 pounds, it's not like they needed more handouts. Especially when you realize, except for a tail that stores fat like a camel's hump, crocs are almost all muscle and look like a snake with legs with Kratos' knives for teeth. That tail is a lot stronger than you think, and the same one that can briefly airlift a plus-size predator would absolutely shatter your leg with a direct hit. But there might not be anything more unsettling than crocodiles having probably the most advanced eyes of any animal. Eyes nature put right at the top of their heads, so snappy lads can plot on your life while cosplaying as a log. Eyes that have a protective nictating membrane, so even attacking one of their few weaknesses still requires two-factor authentication, especially since they can retract their eyeballs. And like dolphins, crocs can rest half their brain at a time, meaning the pride of Steve Irwin can sleep with one eye open, and studies show they're more likely to do that when they're around humans. Also, they have night vision because of course they do, and that's not even the most broken part of their
This makes it even crazier that Steve Irwin did so much with these things, bro.
vision. The fovea is a small part of the retina.
What a beast.
But it's where vision is the sharpest, and it's what you use when you focus on a specific word on a page, or play Where's Waldo. And when you move your eyes to look at something, got him, that's you putting the image on your fovea. The problem is, what is a tiny dot for us is the shape of a skid mark in a crocodile. Having a fat fovea means nature's favorite predator can scan an entire shoreline without moving its head. If you still don't follow, get a book and try to read the entire page without moving your eyes once, and then realize how much of a middle finger this creature's existence is, especially since the titanic scale demon has cockroach levels of plot armor. Crocodiles can tank freezing cold.
This is Metroid music, by the way, for Kraid, which is like a croc-based enemy in Metroid.
Nastiness like anthrax, cholera, and the most potent substance on Earth, botulism.
I see you.
They also have negligible senescence, meaning they don't really age the same way most animals do. It doesn't make them immortal, but it does mean that they never really stop growing and can easily pass 100. In fact, right now, there's a croc that's been alive since 1900. Like the year. Which means, other than a Greenland shark, I don't think there's another predator that can outlive a croc, and with them being nature's favorite, of course some sick muppet made them resistant to cancer. And
I'm loud compared to the video. The video does seem quiet for me. But
many believe it's thanks to their gut.
I'll turn it up on your end.
Microbiome is said to be a huge part of their health, and a crocodile's gut community manages to UNO reverse cancer. An experiment found that their gut bacteria put the brakes on cancer and slowed the growth of cancer-causing cells. Basically, it's a cancer to cancer, and now I understand why Buddy from Spider-Man crashed out, especially since it turns out alligators and crocodiles can regenerate a lost tail. Crocodilian blood also throws hands with bad bacteria and can dead diseases like salmonella and staph infections. This thing's built like a Dark Souls boss, and the fact that they can survive several acts of God yet get neutralized by a rubber band around the mouth proves nature has a sense of irony. But that's a lot better than getting folded by some of the diseases out there, and there's some stuff that Satan would second guess. Viewer discretion is advised, and this time, I'm so serious. I'm not being cute. If you're queasy and not built for body horror, go here before I ruin your whole day. Your lack of action will be considered consent, I'm just saying. Last chance, you can still go back. Alright, this is on you. 3, 2, happy Halloween. I didn't even curse, I did gag a little. This is a deer suffering from papillomavirus, and it's usually not harmful unless you value mental health. But it can also cause Lovecraftian rabbits, with those affected seeming to grow tentacles. And if you live in Colorado, you've definitely seen these jackalopes popping up. And according to this article, the cutaneous quills are caused by the cottontail papillomavirus. This is the worst thing you can see while a mile high, because of the altitude. We fear most what we can't understand, and sometimes it feels like fear is the only thing stories like these are selling, and how that story is told will be the difference between being informed and building a panic bunker expecting the end of the world. That's where ground news comes in.
Damn
Because if we're talking
it, it's
about
an
a huge breed of
ad.
flesh bubbles for sanity's sake, you better be informed. Their app and website pulls
Ah, get your
50,000
bag,
sources
beast.
worldwide to
I
give you
felt it
context
coming.
about each source's biases.
I felt it
but you'll
coming.
never see a croc with something like that. It just wasn't enough. Nature gave an overachieving iguana the most broken build on the planet. Their abilities would get them banned in any game.
Look at
Like
that
I
little
said,
death
a
roll. It's
crocodile
so
on
cute.
a stakeout can hold its breath for hours, and alligators can survive a 5-month cold plunge. Low metabolism means they live on power save mode, and it's also why a crocodile can go up to 2 years without eating. God bless the bloke that breaks his fast. It means crocodiles can wait out the times that would surely wipe out anything else, and now you see how an aggressive snout managed to reject the same death that found the dinosaurs. Crocs have been around since Saturn was single and still waiting on a ring, and the fact that they can just suspend animation by putting their life on layaway just proves that they really are the teacher's pet of evolution. Also, crocodiles are more than capable of running fast enough to catch you off guard, or at least a Cuban croc will, and this is the one time I wish it were AI. And whoever said you should run away from one in a zigzag is guilty of attempted murder. That is a myth that only ups the chance that you trip and
I thought
go
that
on
was
like a
for
horror
elephants.
movie. You could climb a tree, except they can do that too, because honestly, why not? They do everything else. And not only do they climb trees, according to scientists, they do it regularly, with them finding grown adults 10 feet in the trees and juveniles as high as 30. School taught you to be afraid of quicksand and giant Venus flytraps.
I had
yet
no
somehow
idea
a
they could
drop
climb.
gator
That's
was
terrifying.
an unmentioned possibility. They can also climb fences of every kind. And again, you already know where this was taken. This is flagrantly Floridian. I think now's a good time to mention crocodiles are more related to birds than to a turtle, snake, or a lizard, meaning we just barely missed out on this freak being able to fly. Flightlessness aside, another thing they can't do well is see underwater. Their aquavision is actually kind of mid. We're this far into this video and we finally found a weakness. But don't get too excited, because nature overcompensated with something outrageous. Those pits seasoning the crocodile are pressure sensors, and it's how the ultimate predator can clock the smallest vibrations in the water. It completely erases their lack of water vision. In fact, you could hogtie a croc blindfolded, throw it into a pool, and let a leaky faucet drip on a complete opposite side. The croc will still know exactly where the water's coming from, while you won't know where he is until you wake up at a Tupac concert. And when murkiness brings the water's visibility to zero, they'll T-pose, spreading their legs and fingers to maximize an already broken ability. And speaking of fingers, their jaws are more sensitive than yours. A dinosaur beast breathing like a nosegay, but let the croc tell it. That's the only demon that's slaying. And I don't know if I said this already, but let's not just walk past the fact that they can regenerate their tails like a starfish's arm. But the thing is, bears are berserker builds on steroids, cats are four-legged fur ninjas, and orcas are the most cerebral serial murkers on the planet. What is it about this semi-aquatic bioweapon that makes me confidently call them the scariest predator on Earth? Oh, simple. They're a predator's predator. Is there a single predator that generates more anxiety?
Damn, look at that
than
big
other predators?
boy.
Even cheetahs aren't fast enough to cheat death in the hit range of the reptile. And the king of the jungle gets a severe vibe check when they're out of their element. Not to mention, crocodiles will savage sharks to the point where many believe bull sharks actively avoid them. The crocodile is the worst kind of predator, one with zero prejudice, which makes them a massive threat to the most successful predator of all
That
time.
elephant just being like,
Here's the thing,
get
when
out.
a lion, tiger, or bear becomes a man-eater, it usually means something's wrong and they can't hunt their
Yeah,
normal prey.
that's true.
Polar bears and Komodo dragons are famously less picky, but their home base is so remote that most people will never have to worry about them. Not only do crocodiles practice the worst kind of equality, they're basically everywhere. It's not that they actively go after humans, just that they genuinely don't care, which is why it's the crocodile that turns more humans into hashtags than any other large predator by a lot, and considering how and where they do it, that number could easily be higher. Even if you don't get killed by a crocodile, there's plenty of psychological damage that comes from being targeted by one. In 2003, 2 Australian teenagers spent 22 hours trapped in a tree while being stalked by a 13-foot crocodile below, and the entire night was the two keeping each other awake so they wouldn't fall in. To make it even worse, thanks to a flood, the waters kept rising, and the croc seemed to taunt the two by showing off the body of the third friend it had already caught. The two would be saved, but only by helicopter, because really, what else can you do in that situation? Well, they didn't get it as bad as Ryan. The New Zealander also got stalked by a croc, almost as big as the 20-foot kayak he was traveling
way
in,
it taunted
and held
them.
captive on Governor Island, where the predator repeatedly made his presence known. 2 weeks with limited food and water, and a 20-foot undertaker that would chase him every time he tried to leave, and Ryan was hanging on by only a thread by the time he was rescued. That's the horror of being hunted by the greatest sit-and-wait predator of all time. Cause time is their greatest resource. You'll never have more of it than they do. And the fact that the big ones can go a year or more between meals and do their dirty work in murky water makes a man-eating crocodile the most difficult kind to deal with. Gustav was a Nile crocodile believed to be 20 feet long and well over 2,000 pounds. Believed because despite allegedly putting 300 people in past tense and being repeatedly shot, the serial killer croc was never officially caught. And despite reports of his death, because he was believed to have hatched in the 50s, there's a small but legitimate chance he's still out there, biding his time, just waiting for someone to wander close enough to become 50 Shades of Prey. You never see them until it's too late, and once you do, you might not see them for another year. It's a self-cloaking carnivorous convict that the land before time left behind. This is the scariest predator on Earth. But of course, it's just an animal doing what comes naturally. They're not evil, just forged by millions of years of character development and mass extinctions. It's not hard to see why Steve Irwin rode so hard for them, and I wouldn't be doing Khaki Jesus justice if I convinced you to hate them. Nah, with them it's respect, and a very healthy helping of fear, because moral of the story, always beware the old man in a game where men die young. And you always beware the landlord of Croc Country, because you'll never know when rent's due.
That's crazy, bro. I mean, I don't even think I knew 75% of that. That's wild. Great video as always for this guy. It is so fun. Well, not my problem. I don't live in Neuron. Wild, dude. We're going to watch another video today from Brew, a channel we know, called The Day Police Bombed a Family live on TV. Or on live TV, whatever, you know what I mean. I'm sure this will be the watch of all time.
On May 13th, 1985, the United States government bombed its own citizens on live TV, destroying 61 homes and killing American men, women, and children in the process.
Studied this in one of my classes.
That morning, 500 police officers had surrounded a single row house in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Its occupants were given 15 minutes to come outside and surrender. But when the 15 minutes had passed and no one had come out, the neighborhood became a battlefield. Explosives ripped.
I could be wrong. I could be thinking about something else. I'm pretty sure it's because they wanted to gentrify the neighborhood. I could be wrong.
Through walls, water cannons tore in through the freshly made holes, and police officers with shotguns, sniper rifles, M16s, and even submachine guns unleashed over 10,000 rounds on a family home that had children inside. And still, the people inside refused to come out. So, the government made a decision no American leadership had ever made before: to drop a bomb on a family home in the middle of a residential neighborhood. What was it about this house and the people living there that could possibly warrant the amount of force? They were a group of activists led by a man named Vincent Leaphart. Drafted into the Korean War, Vincent witnessed horrors that never left him: the destruction of innocent people, animals, and the land itself. By the time he returned home in 1954 with an honorable discharge, everything he had seen had deeply affected him. He began traveling, teaching himself global politics, and searching for a better way to live. He took in the ideas of Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and Gandhi, believing in fighting back against oppression rather than fleeing. He rejected organized religion outright, calling it a tool to keep people chained. In the late 1960s, Vincent returned to Philadelphia, but home wasn't what it should have been. The school system was broken, housing crumbled, black residents were denied jobs, gangs filled the void, and police brutality went unchecked. The man who oversaw it all was Philadelphia's mayor, Frank Rizzo. Before politics, he was a cop, and from his own words, you could tell what kind of cop he was. Break their heads. They try to break yours, you break theirs first. Rizzo rose through the ranks to become police commissioner in 1967, and his aggressive policing style was clear almost immediately. During a protest outside Girard College, a boarding school that admitted only poor, orphaned white boys, demonstrators gathered calling for equal access for black children. Deputy Commissioner Rizzo was there with hundreds of officers, holding the line. According to Kenneth Salam, also known as Freedom Smitty, who was there at the protest, the second week, Rizzo ordered the cops to get on their motorcycles and run into us and run us over. A lot of people were hit. People were injured. Then, in 1970, after a series of shootings targeting police officers, one of them fatal, Rizzo turned his attention to the local Black Panthers, a revolutionary black rights group. His raid left 6 suspects handcuffed, stripped naked, and lined against the wall. An image captured by news photographers burned this incident into the city's memory.
They were a little angry. They were humiliated. We took their pants off them to search them, you know. Only brave when they outnumber people.
Rizzo defended it all, pointing to the death of an officer for justification for the dehumanizing treatment. But later, the Panthers were proven innocent. A year later, in 1971, Rizzo ran for mayor, and he won. This was the Philadelphia that Vincent Liepard returned to, a city of chaos, inequality, and police power, and he wanted to fight it. Not just for fellow African Americans, but for all life. He gave himself a new name, John Africa, after the continent where many paleoanthropologists believe all human life began. John Africa laid out a philosophy of life. At its core was one belief: the system, government, law, industry, was the root of all problems. His ideas were transcribed by social worker Donald Glassy, who was moved by his words. The result was the Guidelines, a manifesto focused on Black nationalism, animal rights, self-reliance, and back-to-nature lifestyle. It promoted scavenging, composting, raw food, exercise, and a rejection of the modern world. He then formed an organization to put his manifesto into action: MOVE. The word itself is not an acronym. Originally the Christian Movement for Life, it was quickly shortened to simply MOVE. At first, the group was made up mostly of John Africa's friends and family, but within a few years, it had grown to more than 50 members, and every one of them adopted the surname Africa. MOVE drew in people felt lost in modern society, who felt beaten down by the systems meant to support them, and who were searching for a place where they belong. To them, John Africa's words offered a solution. Delbert Africa, a MOVE spokesman in the 70s, explains,
I never thought that revolution consisted of revolutionizing myself to get away from the things that caused me to want to revolt. Said it was only till I joined MOVE that I learned what true revolution was all about. Well, about hard work, about activity, about the absence of all those fashions and facades and labels.
The group rejected modern technology outright. John Africa's mother had died of pneumonia, and he blamed it on the air conditioner at the hotel where she worked, saying it disrupted her body chemistry. MOVE members were mostly young men and women, but children were part of the group as well, living under strict rules. They didn't go to school. They ate with their bare hands. Even something simple as combing their hair was not allowed. Combs were plastic, and plastic polluted the earth, so they let their hair grow naturally. Mike Africa Jr., John Africa's great-nephew, born into MOVE in the 1970s, remembered it vividly.
The children didn't wear clothes. You know, we were outside in the wintertime. I mean, I remember being a kid in the snow with no clothes. We swam at Cobbs Creek Park. We swam in the creek in February.
With their guidelines in place and a growing number of followers, MOVE needed a home where they could live together and support each other's alternative lifestyle. In 1974, MOVE settled into an old Victorian twin house at 309 North 33rd Street, later expanding into the adjoining house at 307. It became both their headquarters and their home. Members raised money by running a car wash out front, shoveling snow off the sidewalks, and helping neighbors with small repairs. The area was Powelton Village, a liberal countercultural neighborhood known for its diversity and tolerance. But even here, MOVE stood out. They lived strictly by the guidelines. That meant heating their house with wood fires. However, it also meant tossing garbage into the backyard as compost. The smell drew in rats and insects, but MOVE refused to exterminate them. For them, animal life was equal to human life, even if it was a cockroach. They also took in stray and injured dogs, dozens of them, until they formed a pack that roamed freely through the neighborhood. Through all of this, John Africa was rarely present. He was mostly in upstate New York, evading a federal warrant. And when he was in Philadelphia, he was often behind bars for contempt or disorderly conduct. He never stood at the front with a microphone or camera. That was left to his followers. And according to Delbert Africa, that was enough. His presence wasn't what mattered. His message was. And MOVE made sure that message was heard. They disrupted church services to share their beliefs. They shouted at patrons of pet shops, circuses, and zoos. Anywhere animals were confined, MOVE was there, loud, unrelenting, and often profane. With all of their loud disruption, it wasn't surprising that police began paying closer attention, and it was at the Philadelphia Zoo where their first confrontations with police began. MOVE members hurled insults at families on weekend visits to the zoo. Officers shouted back. From there, The protests only grew more heated. Bullhorns, streams of profanity, scuffles with police, arrests. Under Mayor Rizzo's rule, MOVE members took a lot of beatings, but they refused to budge. Because police violence in general was visibly pervasive throughout the city, many Philadelphians felt sympathy towards MOVE, but sympathy didn't always extend to their neighbors. Frustration in Powelton Village kept building. Residents reported being threatened by MOVE. Some alleged those threats were carried out. And the fear wasn't only face-to-face. Neighbors worried that if they spoke out publicly, they might end up singled out in On the Move, a column in the Philadelphia Tribune written by Louise Africa. Even the possibility of being criticized in print was enough to keep some people quiet. By 1976, one neighbor had had enough. They called the police, reporting a disturbance. The police response to this call was the spark, the inciting incident of escalating violence that would end in death, destruction, and hundreds of innocent lives shattered. According to MOVE members, the conflict with police began around 4 p.m. on Sunday, March 28, 1976. They were celebrating.
I could have sworn there was an element to like somebody big in the city wanting to create apartments in the area, motivating them as well. But I'm pretty sure this is what we talked about when I was in school. Maybe I'm crossing my wires. Not exactly a whole lot of cases where Americans were bombed by the government.
Celebrating the return of 7 of their members who had just been released after serving a month in jail on charges of contempt for disobedience and disrespect towards officers of the law.
When we got back, there was a big celebration, and not too long after that, we was moved on by a whole bunch of cops. Cops was swinging their nightsticks so hard on people that they broke them in half.
MOVE claimed they were viciously beaten without provocation. Police insisted it was the opposite. That a MOVE member struck first, and officers had no choice but to respond. Don Africa admitted hearing a fellow member of Chuck Africa shouting at officers before the violence began. "We're sick and tired of you people. Leave us alone." Whoever started it, what ensued was chaos. Janine Africa was among those outside to greet the returning members. She stood with her husband Phil and their baby boy Life in her arms. According to Janine, when the police moved to grab Phil, she stepped in front to shield him. With no regard to me or my baby, they pushed me so hard that I fell. Cops stepped all over me and on me. The clash lasted about 20 minutes. When it was over, 6 MOVE members were rearrested, and in the basement of the MOVE house, fellow members claimed that Janine Africa was found clutching her infant, who was now deceased. Baby Life, she said, had been crushed by the weight of her own body when she was pushed. Authorities doubted her story. There were no hospital records or a birth certificate documenting the child's birth. If there was no paperwork proving the baby's existence, to the police, Life was a fabrication. But as per MOVE's aspirations of self-reliance and their distrust of the system, the group's children were not born in hospitals and they were never registered for a birth certificate. Despite the police department's claims that the baby never existed, MOVE members and neighbors insisted otherwise. "I saw that baby when it was first born. I knew when Janine was pregnant.
They just said the baby didn't exist.
I saw the police beating the rest of them like dogs."
So they said that the police killed a baby, and then the police said, "Nuh-uh, prove it." I really can't say I'm shocked.
"It's terrible. They shouldn't have treated them like that," said Cecil Wallace, who lived next door. Even if the state refused to recognize the child's death, MOVE had another plan. James Link, a young late-shift reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer, had been covering MOVE protests and knew several members. One night in 1976, Delbert Africa called him, inviting him to observe what he described as an off-the-record meeting with city officials. James arrived at the house with 3 officials. In the basement, a picnic table was set with food. As they ate, Delbert tapped James on the shoulder and led him to a dark room. Inside was the body of a baby, the umbilical cord still attached. It looked as if it had been buried, then exhumed. Delbert said this was baby Life. They hoped the officials in attendance would finally help them file murder charges. When James's camera flash lit up the room, the officials were stunned at the sight of the corpse. The story made the paper, but when police demanded they be given the body, Move refused, saying they didn't trust the medical examiner's office. In the end, no police investigation into the alleged murder of baby life was conducted, and no charges were ever filed. And while the truth remained tangled in distrust, one thing was clear.
Tomorrow.
This tragedy only accelerated the conflict between Move and the police. By 1977, Mayor Frank Rizzo had labeled Move a terrorist organization, and he was determined to drive them out of Powelton Village. But as much as Rizzo hated Move, the feeling was mutual. 3 members were sentenced to 3 years in prison after the violent clash with police in '76. Move responded with a bullhorn set up in front of their home and yelled into it day and night, demanding the release of what they called their political prisoners. Neighbors who had once complained about garbage and stray dogs now had something louder to contend with. In early 1977, negotiations began between Move and neighbors, but things escalated on May 20th when city health inspectors attempting to enter their house were met on the porch by Move members in jumpsuits and green berets, armed with rifles. As a result, the police were called and the siege began. Rizzo ordered a massive presence. Police surrounding the house and Move members were threatened with arrest if they dared step outside. Most charges centered on firearm violations and incitement to riot. This deepened divisions in Powelton Village. Neighbors who were once united in a shared frustration over Move were now split over police tactics, with many opposing Rizzo's heavy-handed approach. Meanwhile, the more Move upset the police and unsettled the neighborhood, the more attention they drew to their cause. Outsiders were called in to mediate between Move and the city. Out of those talks came a tentative agreement. 1. Move members would submit to arrest on the pending riot and weapons charges. Witnesses would be allowed to observe to ensure there would be no violence. Arrests would be timed so some adults remained to care for the children and animals. Both sides agreed. 2. Those arrested would be released without posting bail. Move wanted this in writing. The city would only promise it verbally. 3. Move would permit a weapons search and health inspection of the house. Both sides agreed. 4. Move would vacate its headquarters. Move flatly rejected this. From Move's perspective, none of this touched on the real issue. Without freedom for their currently imprisoned members, there would be no peace. Finally, Move broke off talks after an imprisoned member was reportedly beaten by officials. In response, on March 1st, 1978, after nearly a year of siege, Mayor Rizzo made it official. He ordered a starvation blockade. The blockade stretched across 4 to 6 city blocks. Residents of the area were forced to show identification to return to their homes. Police marksmen occupied windows across the street from the Move house. Hundreds of cops and firefighters were assigned to the area.
Yeah,
Mayor Rizzo
it gets
made a
fucked up,
promise.
guys. Like,
They
it
will
is
see
fucked
more
up already.
firepower
It gets worse
than they've ever seen in their lives. But before he could make good on that threat, one man tried one last-ditch effort to negotiate. Civil rights activist Walt Palmer. Palmer saw what others missed. The balance of power leaned entirely toward the city. To even the scales, he created the citywide Coalition for Human Rights. Churches, businesses, and activists joined together. They marched, pressured officials, and reframed the standoff as more than a neighborhood dispute. It was a human rights crisis. Palmer brought in civil rights attorney Oscar Gaskins. Unlike earlier moderators, Gaskins held power of attorney from Move, giving him real authority. And he was willing to face the issue others avoided: Move's imprisoned members. City officials quietly admitted that the charges on the jailed members were questionable, but said they couldn't just release inmates as they felt it would set a bad precedent. Gaskins proposed a compromise: let them appeal. On appeal, the court could release them without bail. If they acquitted, they'd walk free. If not, most of their time was already served, and both sides agreed. Other compromises followed. The city put in writing that any Move member arrested under the deal would be released without bail. Move agreed to health and firearms inspections, to clean the property, and to vacate within 90 days. Gaskins would represent them in court, avoiding direct confrontations. At first, progress showed. The building passed health codes, and the only weapons found inside were inoperable. And on May 8th, the city released some of the imprisoned Move members: Jerry, Conrad, Robert, and Sue Africa. Then came the biggest issue. Move had to leave by August 1st. But so far, every property that was offered to them for relocation was unsuitable in their eyes.
They do not.
Meanwhile, the city solicitor told a newspaper that once Move vacated, the houses would be bulldozed. To Move, it confirmed what they had always believed. The city wasn't negotiating in good faith. As tensions rose, no one stepped in to manage the escalating misunderstandings and disputes. When August 1st came and Move hadn't relocated, a judge declared Move had broken the agreement. He authorized the police to forcibly evict the group and arrest its members. Move prepared for the confrontation. They barricaded themselves inside and refused to come out. And on August 8, 1978, Frank Rizzo fulfilled his promise of devastation. At 4 a.m., Walt Palmer got a call from Louise James, John Africa's sister. She asked him to come help. By the time he reached Powelton Village, police had already surrounded the house. Police warned Move to come out with their hands up, or the bulldozer would take down the fence. Move refused. Moments later, the bulldozer smashed through. The 12 adults and 11 children retreated to the basement. It was then that Palmer arrived at the scene. The group was given 5 minutes to comply with police commands. When they refused, the police used a large crane to punch holes in the walls. Outside, people watched as Move's 48 dogs ran wild, bolting from the house and scattering through the streets. When Palmer entered the Move home, armed police filled the place but found no Move members. The 12 adults and 11 children were barricaded in the basement. Through a hole punched in the basement window, police blasted high-pressure hoses, flooding the basement with thousands of gallons of water. Palmer tried to negotiate. He urged Move to release the children or at least the women. They refused, and as soon as he backed away from the building, the shooting started. According to Palmer, the first shot came from behind him, from the police line. The exchange of fire lasted only minutes.
Can't believe it.
Left 11 people wounded. 12 were police and firefighters. One officer, James Ramp, a 52-year-old veteran, was fatally wounded. Palmer recalled the scene.
Old Sergeant Ramp was standing on Pearl Street by a pole on the side of the house. So somebody shot from behind over here. I hit the ground. The police start shooting. They shoot first. And then I see 4 guys, policemen with some Thompson machine guns, go up to the building and just empty their guns, threw them down on the ground, and pull out their hand pistols and start shooting. It's shooting at Ramden, no control.
The cops were running around like a bunch of maniacs. You should see, they was just running here and there. They didn't know what the hell to do. They were so disorganized.
Didn't they say that Move had inoperable
When the
weapons?
shooting stopped, police returned to their water cannons.
So the police shot
They
a bunch
pumped
of
more water
guns
into the
and
basement
injured 11
and threw in
people?
smoke bombs and tear gas. The water rose to the Move members' noses.
12
Staying
and
in there
11
any
them being
longer meant
themselves?
drowning. They had no choice but to surrender. One by one, Move members emerged. Police arrested them on the spot, pulling children from their arms. The last to come out was 28-year-old Delbert Africa, shirtless, with his arms raised to show he was surrendering. What followed became one of the most infamous displays of police brutality from this incident. Delbert was knocked to the ground, kicked, and beaten in front of news cameras.
At one point, these moments of violence. As a black man goes behind a police van, there is a flash of white above his head. The next scene captured by the camera is this. A man is on the ground. Police surround him. Our news camera is located in a third-floor apartment diagonally across the street from Move headquarters. The armored truck is the same one into which police had just dragged 2 of their injured brother officers. We don't know what sparked the violence here. Was the black man resisting arrest, or were some police officers' tempers spilling over as they dragged their wounded from the line of fire?
What a mystery.
3 officers were charged over the beating, but all of them walked away free. Police Commissioner Joseph O'Neill later tried to justify the attack by saying, Delbert Africa wasn't a man, he was a savage. Police pumped the water out of the basement, and fans cleared the smoke. Walt Palmer believed they were preparing to destroy evidence. He tried to get a temporary restraining order on the house, but 90 minutes after Move surrendered, a wrecking crane demolished the house. In the aftermath, in a nearby city, people gathered in protest. Police pushed the crowd back with force, though little of that made the news. What did was Mayor Rizzo's press conference.
I can only tell you that these are violent people, that I hope that this gives the public a lesson that you can't deal with
Violent
group
people that weren't
revolutionaries,
bothering anyone.
that they have to be dealt with. And it's amazing that this group has been
violent
running
manner
loose
in any way.
now for a half a dozen, couple, 3, 4 years that I know of, and they should have been in prison many, many months ago for their defiance of the rules of civilized people and of our country and our land and city.
In December 1979, 9 MOVE members went on trial for the death of Officer James Ramp, along with charges of aggravated assault and conspiracy. MOVE argued that Officer Ramp hadn't been killed by anyone inside their house, but by his fellow officers, either on purpose or by accident. They insisted the group had been framed, and with the MOVE house demolished immediately after the siege, any evidence that might have implicated police or MOVE was gone. Walt Palmer, who had been at the scene, supported their claim. MOVE did not kill Sergeant Ramp. Couldn't have, because they were in the building facing me. He was on the side of the building. The bullet couldn't have come out and gone around the corner. However, Palmer was never asked to testify. The police had their own narrative. They said the bullet came from a gun they claimed was found in the MOVE basement. The weapon carried no usable
After they
fingerprints.
searched it?
Even
Wait.
so, investigators testified that
Okay.
Phil Africa had purchased 4 of the guns recovered, and a ballistics expert allegedly linked one of them to Ramp's death. The prosecution was led by then District Attorney Ed Randall, who later became mayor and governor. The facts as we know them are absolutely clear. They opened fire in a situation where the police were using as much restraint as they could, trying to enforce that court order, and they shot and killed the officer. No question about it. Murderers.
I'm sure.
It should be noted that we were unable to find any evidence that MOVE members fired any shots at police during this incident. The 9...
Not to mention, there was a search of weapons within their home, and they literally stated that the weapons were inoperable. So hey, just racism upon racism here.
Accused members, Chuck, Delbert, Eddie, Janet, Janine, Merle, Michael, Phil, and Debbie Africa, insisted on being tried together. After 19 weeks of trial in 1980, Judge Edwin Momd sentenced all 9 to 30 to 100 years in prison. The judge explained his sentencing. If they're a family and have all acted jointly, and they should all share equally in the punishments imposed. But for the rest of MOVE, the fight was not over. It was only just beginning. The 9 members behind bars, now known as the MOVE 9, became their new cause. As for police, they had only shown a sliver of the horrors they were capable of unleashing. After the 1978 confrontation, MOVE scattered. Their house was gone, their community fractured, and their energy turned toward one goal: freeing the MOVE 9. To do that, they needed a new headquarters. In 1981, Frank Africa, MOVE's naturalist minister, moved into the home of his mother, Louise James, at 6221 Osage Avenue. Louise had lived in the row house quietly for 27 years. Then, in 1982, her brother, John Africa, joined them, and one by one, other MOVE members followed until Osage Avenue had become the organization's new headquarters. It was located in West Philadelphia, a block away from Cobbs Creek Park. It was a largely African-American, middle-class neighborhood. MOVE was determined, once again, to make their neighbors hear their plight and join the fight to free the MOVE 9. It was the same tactic they used in 1978, and back then, it worked, somewhat. The city had freed some of their members, but the situation was much more serious for the convicted 9, and the city wasn't going to budge. Meanwhile, like before, their beliefs that all life mattered resulted in animals, including vermin, gathering in the house and spilling into neighboring homes. One neighbor, Lucretia Wilson, said she had to turn on her stove before cooking just to drive the bugs away. Even then, some ended up in her food, which she threw away. Her children would also wake in the night crying from bug bites. Eventually, after her husband Lloyd was assaulted without provocation by a MOVE member, the Wilsons moved out. Neighbors soon began complaining of filth and health risks, not just for themselves, but for MOVE's own children. Neighbor Tyree Johnson said they wore only underwear or ragged clothes. They didn't go to school, and they were allowed to eat only raw food, garlic, onions, potatoes. Tyree recalled, I saw the kids across the street there, going through a garbage bucket, getting something to eat. I was surprised that they would be eating out of a garbage can. Lucretia Wilson said neighbors tried to help.
Very well said, Royal. Yeah. I don't think I have any issue with the statement being made saying white people are insufferable. There are a lot of issues with a lot of people of my race. Yeah. There's a lot of issues because we are put in a sociological standing that makes us like better than others. And a lot of people that are white abuse that and think it gives them a superiority over others. So, I don't take it personally at all. It says something if you do, if I'm truly honest. I don't particularly do anything or try to do anything to be harmful to anybody of color. I'm nothing but supportive of their cause because all the things that I have studied show that they have nothing but years and years and decades of grief and torment put upon them, especially by white people. I mean, there are rare cases in which minorities target other minorities. That's really not the main problem nor the focal point. It's historically white people put down minorities and have in many a society, many a country. I mean, where does it end? It truly doesn't. I mean, white people got, realistically, like, there was a whole opioid crisis in Asia because of white people trading it to them. South Africa got basically occupied by white people because they didn't want black people to be in charge of it. Obviously, there's a lot of generalization, but, I can't summarize a huge, important historic events without generalizing it, unless you want me to go into hours of talking about it. There's a generalization to the statement that white people are insufferable. I think it's really silly to take offense to that when nothing stops you from just being like, clearly they're talking about the people who have lost their mind and consider themselves superior for no reason other than that's what they were given at birth, socially for no reason. White people showed up in America and brutally killed Native Americans just because they decided they wanted the land. Our entire country is built off of racism. We brutally killed Native Americans to take over the land and tricked them under the guise of diplomacy. And then we enslaved black people from a different continent. We tricked them, brought them to our country, and enslaved them for decades to work for us so we did not have to do the work. And the entirety of the police and their workforce and motivations is built on racism to keep it was made to keep slaves from running away from their plantations. So I find it questionable if you're upset at somebody saying white people are insufferable. I can't help but agree. We have grueling history of centuries of causing problems to people that aren't white. Just because there's a bunch of us that think we have some sort of superiority over them due to skin color, which is nothing. Skin color means nothing. It is a 0.01 difference when ultimately humans are 99% DNA similar. It is extremely a nothing burger. And there are just people convinced that it is a big deal. Race is, who gives a fuck? I do not give a single shit. And I try to not. Everybody is influenced by stereotypes and personal biases in some way. It is important to do your best to not let that sway your opinion on people different than you, because the differences are so slim. And it in fact ends up boiling down into culture and environment and how you were raised within it rather than skin. And so it's basically fucking nothing. It doesn't fucking matter. I really don't give a shit if people hate the majority of white people. We aren't exactly doing a good job of proving them wrong. Historically, we've done a pretty awful fucking job of proving them different. Just objectively, if I'm honest. And I'll do my damnedest to prove it different, but I can't fight centuries of torment and war crimes. I can't fix that, but I can at least make my perception and my support known. Being offended by any of that is a clear sign of something in your brain that has either been pushed into you or you truly believe that just doesn't fucking matter. You should be able to hug every single neighbor you got, no matter what they look like, because ultimately, like, you all have red. You all bleed red. And you should take care of each other if that happens. It's preposterous to think different. It's disgusting to think different. You are subhuman if you do not treat every single person equally. And while we can be influenced by our own problems and biases, mistakes happen, but deliberate disgust is subhuman. And you should touch some grass.
They replaced old garbage bins with new ones, leaving bread inside. But when the moved parents found out, they became angry. Cassandra Carter testified that even the children's voices came through the loudspeaker, echoing the same rhetoric as the adults. Sometimes they used to have the children on the bullhorn to say things just like they were, because they were being trained in the same tactics as the adults were. And they would put the kids out as visible points, and they'd stand behind them and say whatever they had to say, using a child as a shield. By 1983, Block Captain Clifford Bond was knocking on doors with a petition against MOVE. He took it to ward leaders, then to police. Bond described how Louise James's home had been transformed into a military bunker, but legally, the city's hands were tied. Louise James was allowing MOVE to stay. This changed in October 1983 when MOVE kicked her out of her own house. For years, Louise had been MOVE's communications director, even writing their column in the Philadelphia Tribune. Now, she was cast aside. According to a police report, John Africa ordered Frank to beat his mother until she vomited. Then Frank tried to smother her with a pillow as other MOVE members looked on. Frank allegedly asked if he should kill her. John Africa's answer, not this time. Some MOVE members blamed Louise, others quietly supported her, saying she had pushed back against the godlike grip of her obsessively controlling brother, John Africa. Louise had had enough and wanted her home back. She began cooperating with the city.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole list of issues that MOVE had within their movements, but I think ultimately wanting to be treated properly isn't exactly an incorrect desire. I think there's a lot of extremes within their beliefs and their thought process, but there's that amongst a lot of groups.
Offering the leverage officials needed to push for eviction, but she was firm on one point. She didn't want bloodshed. Unfortunately, the police would break this promise. Meanwhile, the political landscape was shifting.
Shocking.
Mayor Rizzo was succeeded by William Joseph Green, and then, in 1984, Philadelphia elected its first African-American mayor, Wilson Goode. Good new move. As managing director from 1980 to 1983, he had met with both the group and their neighbors. He later admitted he sympathized with residents, but as mayor, said he lacked the authority to simply evict move. Yet the Philadelphia Special Investigation Commission, which would later investigate the catastrophe to come, would find otherwise. In the summer of 1984, Goode was actually told the legal grounds already existed to act against certain move members. However, he held back.
Not true.
Father Paul Washington, one of the mediators.
Yeah, the one of the bigger frustrating points of this whole thing is a ton of the evidence brought up against move, especially what was used as permission to basically act upon them is basically all made up. There's a lot of shit that happened in this that is just nothing. There was no proof. They just were like, well, that solves that tears it. We're gonna, I mean, like literally once again, like the shooting into the previous home and then killing an officer and then blaming them even though they were on the opposite side of the house, and basically it implies that he was shot in the back by a police officer unable to control himself in some regard, and then they burn the house, break the house down, etc., in order to conceal any evidence that it was different. Police know what they're doing, man. That's the problem, and it's always been a problem. The police continuously know how to get away with it, and it's an issue. That's why there needs to be more regulation and more responsibility and punishment for not doing it. And that's a big factor in the defunding of police, etc. For some reason, people think defunding the police means getting rid of every single dollar they have. That's just not how it works. It's more of distributing the funds to more important things like training, basic human negotiation and communication, and probably not multiple firearms and military grade vehicles for no reason other than brutally murdering probably minorities based off of their history. So
during their previous standoff, recalled seeing Mayor Goode at church in April 1985. Goode told him plainly, "I'm going to have to move very carefully and cautiously because we want to avoid making any of the mistakes that were made back there in 1978. But for Osage Avenue, the breaking point came soon after. Move constructed a fortified bunker on the roof, heavy timber with openings that looked like gun ports. On April 30th, 1985, desperate neighbors held a high-profile press conference that the city would not be able to ignore. "We are here to let the governor know about the disquietude and general state of terror we are forced to live under by the MOVE organization. We want the governor to know that regardless of whatever may have happened in the past, today MOVE is a clear and present danger to the health and safety of our entire block. We also want the governor to know that we have been to our elected representatives in city and state government, but to date, nothing of any consequence has been done." Finally, Mayor Goode acted. He requested a tactical plan to remove the occupants of the house. District Attorney Ed Rendell reactivated arrest warrants for 4 adults inside. Police secured a court order to take the children, who had been kept out of school. But the scars of 1978 still hung over the city. Mediation had failed then, leaving police, MOVE, and the neighborhood locked in cycles of distrust and anger that escalated to the point of extreme violence. Now, in 1985, those same forces were colliding again. Only this time, the outcome would be far, far worse. On May 12, 1985, Mother's Day, police cleared Osage Avenue. Houses up and down the block were evacuated. By dawn, As many as 500 officers had taken up positions, some inside neighboring homes with clear views of the MOVE headquarters at 62210 Osage. A tactical team guarded the rear alley, which MOVE had barricaded. 2 more units prepared to cut through the adjoining row house and lay siege from the sides. Those 500 officers carried arrest warrants for only 4 MOVE members. The charges? Parole violations, contempt of court, illegal possession of firearms, and terrorist threats. At 5:30 a.m. on May 13th, Police Commissioner Gregor Samber raised a megaphone. "Attention MOVE! This is America. You have to abide by the laws of the United States." He read the warrants aloud, then added, "We do not wish to harm anyone. All occupants have 15 minutes to peacefully evacuate the premises and surrender. This is your only notice. The 15 minutes starts now." No one came out. Instead, MOVE taunted the police. Samber gave the order to attack. High-pressure fire hoses opened up on the house. Then, police blew holes in the walls with explosives and flooded the building with tear gas. Then came the gunfire. Police insertion teams pushed to enter the house, and MOVE fired back from inside. What followed was a sustained firefight. The police unleashed M16 rifles, Uzis, shotguns, 30-06 and 22 .250 sniper rifles, a Browning automatic, even a Thompson submachine gun. In the words of the Philadelphia Special Investigation Commission, officers fired over 10,000 rounds of ammunition in under 90 minutes at a row house containing children. Inside the MOVE home, there were just 13 people.
10,000 rounds in 90 minutes. Anybody want to do that math? I will. With kids inside. For 13 people. Over 100 bullets a minute. By the way. Just, yeah. It's an unfathomable amount of gunfire. Even within a minute, let alone 90.
4 men, 3 women, and 6 children. And the city knew it. The mayor, the managing director, and the police commissioner
100 bullets
had been told the night before, on May 12th,
against women and children
were inside. The siege continued.
So
police
cool.
kept water cannons on the house all day, pumping roughly
It gets
640,000 gallons inside. Officer Michael Tercy later explained their strategy in the 1985 MOVE Commission testimony.
What we intended to do was to create a diversion on the roof of the MOVE compound. That diversion was to pour a large amount of water onto the bunker itself.
Yeah, I mean, look at the title of the video.
Obscure the vision of anyone that may be inside the bunker and prevent them from seeing the insertion teams as they made their way down Osage Avenue.
Police tried another tactic to force them out. This time, the bomb squad tunneled underground, aiming to punch a hole into the basement. The plan was to simultaneously pump tear gas into the basement as well as the second floor, leaving the first floor as an escape route for MOVE members. But when they had attempted to breach the house, officers discovered MOVE had reinforced it. Walls inside walls, one officer recalled. The gas still seeped in. Birdie Africa, just 13, remembered.
The tear gas started coming in. We got the blankets and they was wet, and we had them in the bucket and they was wet, and then we put them over our heads and started laying down.
At the barricade, WDAS radio news director Barbara Grant heard her name shouted. Ramona Africa was asking for a meeting with Jerry Africa, civil rights activist Walt Palmer, Barbara herself, and Harvey Clark of Channel 10. Barbara saw it as a chance to stop the siege. She rushed to officers with the request, but they shoved her aside. She tried City Hall, but no one would intervene. By that afternoon, neighborhood leaders were trying too.
Shocking.
Stanley Vaughn urged MOVE to negotiate with the neighbors. He begged them to at least send the children out to ease the tension, but there was no reply. On Osage Avenue, Jerry Africa, a ranking member who didn't live in the house, was joined by civil rights activist Marcel Randolph and retired judge Robert Bobby Williams. They tried to reach Mayor Wilson Goode directly, promising MOVE would surrender if the city simply agreed to discuss the convictions of the MOVE 9. The Chief Justice of Pennsylvania's Supreme Court also tried calling. Goode never picked up. He later claimed he never got their calls. Instead, he stayed in his home office, just 30 blocks away, watching the siege unfold on television, deferring everything to his on-scene commanders. Police believed Move was heavily armed.
Which is
Officers
insane,
said
by
they
the
feared
way.
Move would open fire from the fortified.
They were not heavily armed.
Rooftop bunker if they tried to storm the house, so the police would make a decision that would haunt the city forever. At 5:20 p.m., a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter lifted off from the command post. It circled Osage, then hovered 60 feet above the Move house. Inside the aircraft, Lieutenant Frank Powell held a canvas bag containing an improvised explosive. The device consisted of 2 sticks of Tovex, a commercial explosive meant for blasting trenches through rock, and a 1 1/4 pound block of C4 placed on top. The interesting thing about that, though, is local police weren't supposed to have C4. The Army had banned its distribution years earlier. However, a letter to the police department from
Just
an
a casual
FBI agent
IED
later
by the
surfaced,
local
showing
police.
that roughly 30 of these C4 blocks had been given to Philadelphia police by the FBI, without the city ever requesting them, specifically for the anticipated conflict with Move. Commissioner Samber later defended it. The use of the device itself gives me the least pause.
Yeah.
It was selected as a conservative and safe approach to what I perceived as a tactical necessity. I was assured that the device would not harm the occupants. Unfortunately, not only would it do more than just harm the people inside that house, it would destroy an entire neighborhood. After radioing firefighters on the ground, Lieutenant Powell lit the fuse. With Mayor Good's approval and Police Commissioner Gregor Samber's insistence, at exactly 5:28 p.m.
You know, the safest thing in any conflict, a bomb.
Powell dropped the bomb straight onto Move's rooftop bunker.
Yeah, notorious for being a very safe measure. Exactly, I agree.
Following the explosion, fire erupted almost instantly as burning metal fragments pierced a
believe it.
gas can on the roof, igniting gasoline vapors into flame.
Yep,
Ramona
safe.
Africa remembered what it was like in the basement when the bomb dropped.
The house shake. We knew something had happened. It never, ever occurred to me that they had dropped a bomb on us. You know, we felt something.
I think it might be from it. I don't know if this interview is from it. There's a really good documentary on the Move 9 that came out like during the pandemic. I can't remember exactly what year or where it's at, but there's a really good documentary on this.
But I didn't know what it was. But, you know, in not too long a period of time, it started getting hot and filling with more and more smoke. And we realized, we started hearing crackling of the fire, and the smoke was getting thicker and thicker. And we realized then that the house was on fire.
Through the day, fire trucks had been blasting Move with water, but now, when it mattered most, they stood down. No hoses turned on the blaze, even as it spread to neighboring homes. Police Commissioner Samber had asked fire officials to let it burn, claiming he wanted the flames to take out the rooftop bunker. He turned fire into a tactical weapon, a decision the Philadelphia Special Investigation Commission would later call unconscionable. Meanwhile, the 13 Move members were trapped inside the house, desperate to escape.
Almost like that's
the
fucking
instant that we could be
twisted.
seen trying to come out, the cops immediately start shooting at us, said Ramona Africa. You could hear the bullets hitting all around us, forcing us back into the burning building. This happened a number of times, at least twice. Started getting so bad in there with the fire spreading quickly, you know, and the smoke, that you're faced with a situation where, you know, you're either going to be burned alive or possibly shot to death. Police strongly deny shooting at fleeing Move members. Reporter Pete Kane, who was hidden across the street from the Move house, says he heard police gunfire aimed at the Move home as fire blazed. Pete heard police shout, "They're coming out the back," and minutes later, he heard gunshots. Police Commissioner Samber said earlier that police were looking for 3 armed men who might be in alleys or tunnels dug from under the house. During the fire, police reported gunshots from houses behind the one under siege. Officer James Bergeyer later said the fire was so intense that glass windows burst on their own. At first, the pops sounded like gunfire, adding to the confusion. In the chaos, perhaps no one could tell the difference. By 7:30 p.m., Ramona Africa and 13-year-old Bertie Africa tried to escape again. Ramona remembered the adults calling out that they were coming out, bringing the children with them. By then, The row house was an inferno, temperature climbing past 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 1,000 degrees Celsius. Birdie testified that the children wanted out, but police kept firing at the back of the house. 3 officers later testified that they saw a man carrying a gun. Birdie says it wasn't a gun at all. It was 9-year-old Tommaso Africa being carried out.
He opened the thing and had Tommaso was taking him out, and then they started shooting again, and then they brought him back in.
Officer Bergeyer was haunted by what he saw next. He said he watched Ramona and Birdie emerge from the smoke. He wanted to help, but his fellow officers stopped him by saying it was a trap. So the officer made a hand movement to tell Birdie to come to him.
So I ran out and I scooped him underneath his left arm. And I'll never forget it. The first thing he said to me is, "Don't shoot me, don't shoot me."
Bergeyer carried him out. Ramona was arrested on the spot. Even with severe burns on her arms, police put handcuffs on her.
In the hospital, I was looking for the rest of my family to come in, and nobody came in behind me. And that's when I knew some of my family, at least, were dead.
She and 13-year-old Birdie Africa were the only ones who made it out alive. The adults who lost their lives were Move founder John Africa, Teresa Brooks Africa, Frank James Africa, Raymond Foster Africa, James Conrad Hampton Africa, and Rhonda Ward Africa. The children were Tommaso Lavino Africa, Delisha Orr Africa, Zanita Dotson Africa, Phil Phillips Africa, and Katricia Dotson Africa. But the fire didn't just consume the Move house and 11 of the men, women, and children inside. It destroyed 60 other homes in the neighborhood, leaving more than 250 Philadelphians homeless. Neighbors stood helpless, watching their block vanish in flames.
Conservative and safe measure,
Janice
by the way.
Walker, one of those evacuated the day before, had lived on Osage Avenue for over 3 years of tension. "My family and all their dreams, all their aspirations are tied up in that house," she said. "We were hoping there would be a peaceful settlement and that they would move out, and that we would be able to live like normal human beings. We've had enough of this." Others echoed the grief. Alvarita Spain put it plainly. When you work hard for what you have, I mean actually work hard, to get what you have, you don't want to see it, lost like this. As the blaze spread, frustration spilled over. Some neighbors begged the police to act. Others blamed Mayor Good and city officials. In the following days, displaced residents were scattered, some to relatives, others to a Red Cross shelter at St. Carthage Roman Catholic Church, 3 blocks away. Milton Williams, left homeless, tried to hold on to resolve. "We've got to stick together. We'll have homes again. The city and the state did this, and they have to replace our homes."
They do
2
not.
doors down, Thomas Mapp mourned what was gone. "I was in the house 22 years, and all I got left is the clothes I got on. I haven't seen the house yet. I'm afraid to look." The smoke eventually cleared, but the damage could never be undone. The Move bombing wasn't just a failure of
replace the
conflict
houses?
resolution, planning, and logical thinking.
I don't think so.
It was a collapse of trust between a city's administration and its people. Decisions made in anger, pride, and a general lack of humanity turned an eviction into a tragedy. And for decades to come, Philadelphia would struggle to answer the same question. How did it come to this? However, the tragedy didn't end when the fire was put out. What followed was more chaos, bitter investigations, disturbing revelations, and the remains of moved children, and a rebuilding effort on Osage Avenue that quickly turned into another scandal of its own. The city council refused to investigate the incident. District Attorney Ed Rendell declined to convene a grand jury, and the local Fraternal Order of Police dismissed the deaths as a suicide. But Mayor Wilson Goode wanted to know what went wrong. 1 week after the bombing, he appointed an independent commission to investigate. Public hearings began that October inside Wider Horizons for You and Yours, or WHYY's auditorium. 92 witnesses testified over 5 weeks, all broadcast live for the city to see. In the second week of the hearings, the police commissioner, Gregor Samber, was called to testify. He defended the operation, saying Move's refusal to surrender forced his hand. It remains a fact that if Move members had simply come out of the building, they would be alive today. Property damage would have been minimal, and we would not now be gathered. But they announced that morning that they would never surrender, and that they would kill as many of us as they could. But as more officials were called to testify, inconsistencies began to show. Managing Director Leo Brooks insisted he had no idea gasoline was stored on the roof. Yet Fire Commissioner William Richmond admitted he knew an amount of combustibles was up there before the bomb was dropped. In March 1986, the commission released its findings. Chairman William Brown III was blunt. He described an inept team of city officials who, in his view, frankly did not seem to know what they were doing. The firepower used was, he said, excessive and unconscionable. To destroy a middle-class neighborhood while trying to arrest just 4 people made no sense at all. Brown also acknowledged race was part of the conflict. The fact that you would make a determination to allow that fire to burn and to use the fire as a tactical weapon would not have happened in a comparable white neighborhood. Yet, in his view, it wasn't overt racism but a chilling lack of basic humanity. The people who had to make the decision just didn't take into consideration and were not sensitive enough to the fact that these indeed were human beings in that house when they made the judgment to unleash the amount of firepower and explosive power against that home. The report went further. It revealed the workings of the police in the days leading up to and on May 13th. The mayor had ordered police to create a tactical plan, but left oversight to Managing Director Brooks, who in turn abdicated responsibility to Police Commissioner Samber. Samber relied not on his command staff, but on a bomb disposal officer, a pistol range sergeant, and a patrolman, men with no training for the job. The result was a hastily assembled plan, never committed to writing, and approved without serious review. Directives to remove the children were muddied and never enforced. The mayor, the managing director, and the police commissioner all knew children were inside the house the night before, yet pressed ahead anyway. The commission's report revealed even more. The bomb disposal unit tasked with the assault wasn't trained for the job, yet they were handed authority over life and death decisions. Firefighters later confirmed that the blaze could have been contained early without putting their lives at risk. The report concluded that police gunfire had even blocked some MOVE members from escaping the burning building. The children's deaths, it said, appeared to be unjustified homicides worthy of a grand jury investigation. Even though the commission had called for a grand jury investigation, no one was ever prosecuted. And in 1987, Wilson Goode was re-elected. Meanwhile, Ramona Africa faced a separate trial of her own. Representing herself, she was convicted on riot charges and spent 7 years in prison. In 1996, she and relatives of 2 MOVE members killed in the bombing sued the city. Before the trial, a federal judge granted former Mayor Wilson Goode immunity in civil court. But that protection did not extend to former Police Commissioner Gregor Samber or Fire Commissioner William Richmond. A jury found Samber and Richmond liable for the fire, ordering them and the city to pay $1.5 million to Ramona and the families of the 2 victims. On top of that, Ramona was awarded $400,000 for pain and suffering, and another $100,000 for disfigurement caused by the fire. She called the verdict justice, proof, at least, that the government was being held accountable. But not everyone agreed. Civil litigation expert Larry Charfus argued the jury treated the case like a personal injury suit rather than the outrage it truly was. An outrage, he said, would have been at least $5 million. The damages were technically split, but in reality, the city paid for it all. Samper and Richmond were ordered to contribute just $1 a week for 11 years, more symbolic than serious. And as soon as that summer, a federal judge wiped away even that token punishment, ruling the 2 had immunity as city employees carrying out their duties. In 1998, the Third Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the city's liability, but rejected Ramona's efforts to reinstate the judgment against Samper and Richmond. Yet the fact remains, no one was arrested or criminally charged for the bombing. Years later, Ramona summed up the bitter irony.
5 children and 6 adults. Nobody was ever arrested for the murder of my family. Nobody went to jail but me. I was arrested. I was the only one put on trial for arson, conspiracy, everything that they did. They charged me with.
After her release, Ramona remained MOVE spokesperson, campaigning for the freedom of the MOVE 9. Birdie Africa, renamed Michael Ward, was placed in his father's custody. He reportedly spent years in therapy, struggling with his memories of MOVE and the bombing. In 2013, tragedy struck again when he drowned in a hot tub while on a cruise. While the city officials shifted blame on each other and Ramona fought for justice, the residents of Osage Avenue wondered who was going to help them. First, the city promised the residents they'd be back in their homes by Christmas 1985, in brand new houses with modern amenities. But Christmas came and went, with only 5 houses finished, and even those were already falling into dispute. What began as a $4.9 million rebuild spiraled into an $8.2 million debacle. By the summer of 1986, most of the block was technically rebuilt, except for 6221 Osage, which police kept under guard for years to keep MOVE out. But as residents moved back in by that fall, they had problems. Roofs leaked, ceilings caved, beams sagged, and walls cracked. Some houses had no structural support at all. The first contractor was eventually jailed for stealing $130,000 in construction funds. Families who had lost everything now found themselves living in houses already falling apart. By 1997, the Army Corps of Engineers confirmed what residents had long been saying. The houses were unsafe. Renovating would cost more than rebuilding, and by 2005, the estimate would be $13 million. Mayor John Street cut his losses, offering $150,000 buyouts. 36 families took the deal. The rest sued and briefly won a multi-million-dollar settlement, only to see it reduced on appeal to the same $150,000 the city had offered years before. Decades later, in 2016, the city finally brought in private developers to rehabilitate the homes. Residents returned, but as longtime Pine Street neighbor Tyree Johnson reflected, the neighborhood has changed completely.
Casual 3
and while
decades
Osage
later.
Avenue crumbled, the grief extended far beyond the neighborhood. For the Move mothers still behind bars, the news of May 13th reached them in the cruelest way possible. Jeanette, Janine, and Sue Africa said it took less than a minute for a prison guard to tell them they just had a firebombing at your house and your children are dead. In solitary confinement, there were no phone calls, no visits, no news reports. 6 months later, the medical examiner's office finally acknowledged the deaths of their children in a simple letter. Decades passed, and then, in 2021, the truth surfaced in the most shocking way possible. During a Princeton University online course, Real Bones, Adventures in Forensic Anthropology, curator Janet Mung casually used Move as a case study in forensic anthropology, and in the process, revealed that the remains of Move victims had not been buried like officials had said in 1986. The bones of 2 children, Katricia Tree Africa and Delisha Africa, had been held for years at the Penn Museum and later at Princeton, without the knowledge or consent of their families. Further missteps were uncovered. Unauthorized police sharpshooters allowed back onto the crime scene. A crane tearing through rubble while bodies were still buried beneath it, destroying evidence and scattering human and animal remains together. At the lab, bodies were improperly refrigerated, accelerating decomposition, and key ballistic tests were never done. These failures, which Move has referred to as a murder cover-up, left the most controversial question unanswered. Were Move members killed by fire and smoke, or by police bullets? Because the Move children had no dental or medical records, identifying their remains was nearly impossible. When it came to return them to their families, the process became confused and riddled with mistakes. Penn Museum called the use of Delisha and Tree Africa's remains a serious error in judgment, but Move saw it differently. To them, this wasn't a mistake. It was theft, sanctioned by the very systems that had already killed their family. Pam Africa put it plainly: body snatchers and grave robbers. Unfortunately for Move, once again, there was no justice. The group itself never disappeared from Philadelphia. Since the bombing, Move has persisted in various forms, but so has the criticism. Back in the 1980s, outsiders had accused the group of mistreating children, pointing to harsh living conditions and rigid rules. Years later, Michael Ward, the boy once known as Birdie Africa, would give his own account of what it was like growing up inside. He described how children were forced to fight one another, supposedly to toughen them into self-sufficiency. He admitted he feared John Africa, who once punished him by cutting him off from his mother. And he recalled an especially disturbing incident. After he and other children secretly cut their hair in protest of the rules, they were hoping to run away, but lost their nerve. When the adults discovered them, Frank Africa lashed out, yelling, then striking Birdie across the face. In 2021, the disturbing truths continued to come out when a blog, Leaving Move, and later the podcast, Murder at Ryan's Run, revealed even more troubling allegations. Former members claimed that as children, they were forced to pair or get married with one another, some having children when they were as young as 13. Pairings, they said, were arranged by the adults, regardless of their wishes. When these survivors, now grown, began voicing their anger, Move's senior leadership offered no response. Today, Move exists in fractured form. Mike Africa Jr., who was once one of these mistreated Move children, leads a faction he describes as an evolution of Move, a gentler revival that, he says, keeps faith with the original teachings of John Africa while rejecting old abusive practices. His goal, like Move's original mission, is to spread awareness about the failures of the system and to inspire people to resist it. As for the Move 9, Merle and Phil Africa died in prison, while Delbert and Chuck Africa were paroled after more than 40 years, only to die shortly after release. The others spent a few more years in prison before they, too, were finally freed. In 2020, the Philadelphia City Council issued a formal apology for the bombing. As for Mayor Wilson Goode, he has said no matter what else he does in life, he will forever be remembered for tragedy. What began in the 1970s as a protest
Almost
against
like you
violence
shouldn't
and
have
a hope
fucking
for a
done it.
different way of living became entangled in more bloodshed and destruction than anyone could have imagined. Neighbors wanted peace and safety in their
Blood
community.
follows you, bro.
Meanwhile, Move clumsily and aggressively pushed forward for justice, and city officials sought to end the conflict, but due to incompetence, a lack of humanity, and a general, if it doesn't work at first, force it mentality, all they did was bring devastation and more injustice. If you'd like to hear more testimonies from those who lived through the Osage Avenue bombing, check out the Philadelphia Inquirer's audio series, Move, Untangling the Tragedy. The link will be in the description. And if you would like to show your appreciation to the people whose hard work made this documentary possible, the best thing you can do is tell the YouTube algorithm it's worth suggesting to people. Hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, share this video with someone you think will find it interesting, and check out another one of our videos like this one about the cryptic notes left at a murder scene and how the internet is racing to decipher them to catch a killer at large.
Great video. I mean, just a great video about the system. What is there to say? I mean, just a great synopsis over the case of the Move 9. But like, it's a perfect example of how the system is abused and perpetuated to be abused by the people a part of it. Don't know what to say. It's a difficult one. Obviously, there's some issues with Move's practices back then, but their desire for human rights and the sense of how it's violated by the police especially is truthful and correct. So just a unfathomable amount of ways that it could have gone different and better. But obviously that wasn't the goal of the police. The goal was brutalization and murder due to just disgusting amounts of racism, ultimately. I mean, what else is there to say? Gosh. Puda Uncle, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Welcome. Cool. So we're gonna watch one more video before we get into Dispatch. I keep seeing this video pop up and this discussion of like just people talking about this video. It's called Searching for a World That Doesn't Exist. The Minecraft video. I thought we would have something a little lighter to wrap it up today.
Zarzaglorp haven't been here in a while, but it's a joy watching VODs. I hope I can start chatting instead of being a lurker.
Just do it. Just type when you can, man. So we're going to
whatever you do,
chill. We're gonna watch this, see what it is. It's made by Wifeys. Sorry, I didn't want to say it wrong. I thought there might be an L or two. Yeah, no idea what this is supposed to be about, but we're gonna find out, and hopefully it's a cool little experience.
Whatever you do at the crossroads, don't turn left. This is the first line in a book that Avery claims he did not write. 2 weeks ago, a YouTube channel called Avery the Mayo uploaded a YouTube video titled Weird Book I Did Not Write, where he shows us a mine that supposedly he never built. Inside the mine is a chest that Avery did not place, and inside the chest is a book that Avery did not write. Inside the book is a very strange message. Whatever you do at the crossroads, don't turn left. Don't be fooled, it's listening. You can't outsmart it, it's listening to me. It's watching me. It isn't from this world. At the crossroads, don't turn left. 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 Over and over, followed by a sequence of numbers. And that's it. It seems impossible that a whole mine just appears in your world without your knowledge, but Avery explains in the description of the video that the laptop he's playing on is from a storage locker. It already had Minecraft installed, and this world already existed, but when Avery first loaded it up, it was just a normal world. He only now discovered this mine a few hundred blocks from his house. So, in that case, what is this book? The contents are strange, and it's not evident what they refer to. If anything, they just sound like some crazy rambling. But the numbers at the end are clearly some sort of code, so maybe we can solve it and figure out what this book is talking about. Except we can't. The numbers go higher than 26, so it's not any alphabetical code. There are 4 sections, not 3, so it isn't coordinates. And in fact, there's not a single cipher that comes up as a good match for this code. If it is a code, it's unlike any code I've ever seen, and I wasn't able to decipher it. So, is that it? A strange, one-off YouTube video and a dead end? Not quite, because for 2 frames at the very end of the video, Avery's inventory flashes a random pattern of blocks, and this time there is a code, because taking the first letter of the name of every block and capitalizing it if there is more than one, you get a string that perfectly matches the length of a Google Drive link, that when you enter, takes you to a folder. And this is where the true mystery begins. The mystery of a Minecraft world that doesn't exist. Opening the video named Footage 1, we can see a player in the exact same spot Avery was in the last video, except now he has way more items than he had last time. Presumably this is from his house, and he's come to use this mine in survival as part of this world. The book is now gone from the chest, but it could be that Avery just burned it because it creeped him out, or it's just this book in his inventory. Regardless, Avery lines up with the other strip mine and begins to start a new one into the wall, but when he does, he finds this. Nothing weird, it's just a cave, and Avery walks in to begin exploring, until he stops and sees this. It's hard to make out, but as he walks closer, we can see what it is. Moss and grass. This is immediately a red flag, because this kind of terrain does not generate in caves. Avery checks underneath it, but there's nothing else either. And when he runs back to grab his torches, he notices yet another patch of moss in the corner of the cave. Again, not natural, but not leading anywhere either. It's only when he heads back down the cave does he see it. A tree. Avery approaches the clump of greenery, and there it is. A tree unlike any other oak tree in the entire game. Whatever this is, it isn't normal. Avery backtracks a bit, and we get a better look at this shrub, for lack of a better word. And after some hesitation and circling around it, Avery decides to try mining the tree.
We're not weirded out by the first part?
And he does, with no problem. It looks just like a normal tree, except normal trees don't generate underground. And it's not the only one. As Avery goes deeper and deeper into the cave, he passes larger and larger patches of greenery, coming across more shrubs, and even more trees, and even more moss. He pauses to talk at one point, but instead of commenting on the trees, he brings up something else. It's weird, we've only seen stone. And I guess he's right, the walls of this cave don't have any diorite, granite, andesite, or ores, but come on, there's a bigger elephant in the room here. At some point though, Avery's wish gets granted and the cave turns into terracotta, tuff, and deep slate. The greenery gets larger and larger, with the trees growing bigger and bigger. Until finally, Avery reaches the end.
Shout out to Fulbright.
Avery stops for several long seconds, just taking everything in. The room is a giant cave of green, with strange, unnaturally large trees forming a staircase on the back wall. The floor is covered in a massive field of moss, scattered with the strange trees we saw earlier. Avery slowly heads down the cavern wall, being careful not to take too much damage while maneuvering his way to the bottom. He looks around in awe as he explores the chamber, and from closer up, we can see a tunnel right between the massive tree gates. Avery searches around the trees for a few minutes, seemingly mesmerized by the build, and we can see that these gates are made of trees stacked on trees stacked on trees, made of spruce, mud, and oak. But the question here is obvious. What is this place? This kind of terrain obviously doesn't generate naturally, so who made it and how does it just appear in Avery's world? Well, if there's any answer to that question, it's through this tunnel, because finally Avery decides to stop sightseeing and heads down the tunnel at the center of the room.
Minecraft should do an ARG to an
Avery walks through the mud brick tunnel, turning to glance behind him every few steps, but of course, nothing is there. The world is set to single player. At least, it seems that way.
What?
Until this happens. Something is wrong. It's almost impossible to notice, but at the far edge of the tunnel, the first pair of torches have suddenly been wiped out. Avery stares for a few seconds and continues walking. Another pair of torches is gone. I'm not scared of torches turning off. And then another. I don't know what kind of practical joke this is.
Gulp.
But I already heard you in the... I'm not scared of a game.
Gulp.
I don't know why I just jumped down. I wasn't scared. But I felt... compelled. I've never felt like that in my life.
I wasn't scared.
What is going on here? Things just went from strange to incredibly creepy in a matter of seconds. This doesn't just happen on a normal world, but Avery did say he found this world on a computer he got from a storage locker. So maybe this is just a world that the old owner of this computer created, and it's just some strange adventure horror map. Case closed. Except it's not, because the video files aren't the only thing in this Google Drive folder. If you remember, there's also this PDF, and opening it, we see this. My exploration into a strange tunnel I found in my Minecraft world. I've been playing this world for a while and just discovered this. This is my documentation of the search. Notably, when I installed Minecraft, this world came pre-created. Always thought that was a little strange, but I'm not really sure. This seems okay enough, but remember what Avery said earlier. He found this computer in a storage locker with Minecraft installed. Not he installed Minecraft and this world was there. Admittedly, Obviously, it's a pretty small difference, but still, why the conflicting stories? Something you may have also noticed that I can't explain is why Avery's name is now censored. He wasn't censored in the previous videos, but now he's both hidden his name and changed his skin, almost like he's hiding from something. But there's still a lot more of this footage, and if you want to figure out what's happening in this world, why it exists, and what it has to do with Avery, we have to keep watching as Avery runs from whatever it is that's hiding in this world. Avery says he has to keep moving, even if he doesn't exactly know why, and the only way to go is down. Avery takes a leap into the giant pool of water before him and swims down into a junction of tunnels. After some hesitation, he burrows himself in the left wall for air before swimming down the left tunnel. He continues to navigate through the dark water, the tunnel getting narrower and narrower, with no end in sight. Until it opens into a giant cavernous room with just enough space at the top to get a bit of air. When Avery descends again, we can see tunnel openings sprawling across the walls. Avery scans around. There's no marker of where to go, just tunnels upon tunnels as far as the eye can see. And then he hears it.
Eat those taters.
The same sound as when the whispers played previously. Avery rushes to dig into the wall, and as he blocks himself in, we can hear the whispers again. Quieter, but still there, as if they're passing by him. When the coast is clear, Avery digs out. But now what? He has no choice but to gamble on a tunnel and hope it's correct. He scans the walls again, no obvious sign of which one to pick. So finally, he rolls the dice.
He picks tunnel number 87.
The tunnel leads to another junction, and again, after a slight hesitation, Avery goes left. The tunnel continues.
Ooh, get that air, King!
Getting narrower and narrower and narrower until finally he finds himself in the oasis. Avery looks around the room, strangely, almost peaceful. He's in the middle of a square pond, flanked on all sides by the same uncanny trees. He stares off at the water for a second before towering up and getting a good look around. Nothing but trees as far as the eye can see. For a moment, he pauses. Before something snaps, and he crafts a boat to get to the center of the lake. Without hesitation, he dives down into the tunnel and plugs up the hole. He makes another trip for good measure, plugging it even further. If this thing comes through here again, it has to break that, but I need to explore. He sails back to the edge of the lake. What it can't avoid doing is loading the chunk. Avery chops a few trees and crafts a hopper with the spare iron in his inventory. His plan is simple: set a trap for the thing following him. But wait, did I miss something? Because how does he know that something is following him? Sure, those torches turned off, and yeah, we heard those noises before, but there's actually an even stronger piece of evidence I haven't mentioned. Remember when Avery said this? I already heard you in the cave. Well, it took me a second to figure out what exactly he meant, but then I heard this. It's almost impossible to make out, but on a few separate instances while Avery was walking in that original cave, he would randomly pause for a second or two, and now we know why. He was listening. Every time he paused, for just a brief moment, you could hear footsteps on the stone behind him. stopping just a fraction of a second too late to be quiet. But okay, if something is somehow really following Avery in a single-player world, how can he stop it, or at least get it to reveal itself? Well, that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Not
Like
sure
he
what the
said,
hopper
he
has
needs
anything to do
time to look around and explore this world, but while he's gone, anything can just swim through the hole and replace the blocks to make it look like nothing happened. But if Avery turns down his render distance and puts items in this hopper, if he then goes far enough away and unloads the chunk, the only way for the hopper to be empty when he returns is if something loaded the chunk while he was gone. And then, whatever was following him would be exposed. The trap is set. Now, it's time to explore.
Not really a trap, more like a indicator, I guess. I'll be right back, chat. My wife needs my help with something really quick, so we're going to take a little quick breaky break. Okay? Before we get strapped in to finish this video. Be right back. I'm back. Look what I found. Cheese balls. I'm locked in. I'm ready to finish this video, and I'm gonna be chowing on cheese balls, bro. All right, let's see where this goes, dude. I'm interested. You guys want one? Bubba getting one too. Cheese ball's good.
Avery
Sure.
walks through the trees, avoiding the lake so as to not load the chunk. Every inch of this place looks exactly the same. The same gray floor, the same strange trees. Everywhere he looks, there's nothing. Until, just in the corner of the screen, there's a sign. But it's hard to spot, and Avery doesn't seem to see it, and he keeps walking. Then he pauses. Interesting. That's the third sign we've seen so far. What? Where? Third sign? I've only seen this one. But it turns out he's right. Going back and re-watching the footage, just barely hidden in the corners of the screen are two other signs Avery crossed earlier in the recording, though he gave no indication at the time that he noticed them. Avery goes back to all three signs. All of them are blank, so I don't know what to make of it, but Avery seems to be satisfied, and he explains why. These signs all seem to point to one place. Both of these angled ones point in the same direction. And he's right. If you line up a coordinate grid with the location and rotation of the signs, you get this. So he's right, all of them point a certain way, and if you trace out their intersection, it hits one specific point. He also pulls off this brilliant move, which you rarely see from these protagonists, by turning the difficulty to peaceful because he ran out of food. Absolutely genius. But with that said, he returns to the lake to check on his contraption. And nothing showed up. Items are still flowing out of the hopper, which would be impossible if anything had loaded the chunk. Avery tells us exactly this. Nothing came through. Not to mention, the blocks are still in the same position Avery placed them to plug the hole. Now that he's shaken off whatever was following him, Avery sails back, presumably to find the intersection points of the signs. But before he does that, he opens up chat and says this. Something is here. What? How? Why is Avery saying that? Why isn't he sending it in chat? What did he see? I don't know if it can hear me. But I'm not taking any chances. The grass block. When Avery left the chunk, he didn't just set one trap for the entity, he set two. Without mentioning anything to us, he placed a grass block next to a block of dirt. In Minecraft, grass can't spread if the chunk isn't loaded. The only way that this block is now grass is if something other than Avery loaded this chunk. I'm not scared, but my gut says to keep moving. Maybe I am scared.
I'm eating these like I'm at the fucking movies with popcorn right now, bro. I'm so in.
The other sign was pointed head on.
I failed you.
Am I gonna get in trouble for this?
So many. So many crimes, and I was pretty sure of myself. You gave me reasons to be somebody else. Baby, I'm home again.
Avery walks through a tunnel which quickly turns into a maze. And And slowly but surely, dead end after dead end, Avery navigates through it.
Always go left. Book said never turn left at the crossroads. This isn't a crossroads, this is a maze.
Avery is clearly smart. Smart enough to set a trap, and smart enough to set a backup. But whatever this thing is that's following him, it's smart too. Smart enough to block up the tunnel it entered from. Smart enough to refill the hopper with items after loading the chunk. Smart enough to hide its presence. This world seems to be guiding Avery somewhere. The whispers in this tunnel coercing him to enter the cave. The signs pointing to the secret entrance under the tree. Whatever this world is, it's leading Avery. But to what? We don't know. All we do know is that he isn't alone. And finally, Avery exits the maze into another giant room with what looks like a cipher above a door, with 3 levers right in front of it. Avery stares up at it, says he'll need a pen and paper, and blocks up the tunnel where he came from. The footage ends with him staring up at the code, deep in thought. From what I can see, the code atop the doorway looks something like this. It doesn't immediately remind me of anything, and plugging it into a cipher decoder gives me no ideas either. Running each of the candidate ciphers just gives gibberish every single time. Whatever this code is, there's unfortunately no way that I, or Avery, can solve it. The second half of the footage picks up with 17 minutes of just staring at the wall. And then he gets it. Okay, I guess it was solvable. Avery says it's a good poem, but doesn't actually reveal what it said, only that it uses cipher stacking, a technique where 2 ciphers are layered one on top of the other to make a code almost undecipherable. How Avery actually solved it with a pen and paper is beyond me, but the puzzle isn't over yet. There's still this gate, which Avery suspects is some sort of combination lock, but instead of a pen and paper, his solution this time is a bit more, how do I put this? Efficient.
He's just gonna break the wall, isn't he? Unfortunately for you, I have a pickaxe.
And with that, wait. Who's Durlord 3? For the first time in this footage, Avery's sensor bar lingers for just a second too short, and we get a glimpse of the name. This isn't Avery's name. This isn't Avery's skin. Maybe the reason that we got 2 different stories about where this world came from is because the player we've been watching this entire time isn't Avery at all. But if that's the case, then who is this? The world at the beginning is clearly the same one that Avery was playing on, so what
do you think Avery's the one following him?
What's going on here? If it is Avery on an alt account, why the conflicting stories in the description and the document? And if it's not Avery, then who is this other person and why are they claiming that this is their world they found? I genuinely just don't know, but the only way to find out is to keep watching as Durlord walks through the tunnel after the puzzle and finds himself in the village.
Having fun? Yeah, yummy. We're sprint jumping. We're accelerating. Nope, never mind. We're over it. Oh. We're sprinting. Do y'all know what this is in reference to? Is this a previous video of his? The whole thing? What do you mean the whole thing? Like the whole video or this specific spot? The entire series is a literary ref. Oh. You tell me this is fake?
It's empty. This village is strange. It's clearly abandoned, if the cobwebs and literal holes in the roof didn't make that obvious, and all the chests and containers have nothing inside of them. There's also an interesting amount of yellow in the carpets, beds, and flooring, but wherever Durlord looks, he can't find anything of interest, no lead on where to go or what to do from here. The fountain and statue in the town center is by far the most eye-catching decoration here, but like we can see, it too is empty. There's no path to take from there. So, is this the final area then? The final answer to what's been going on with this world and what's been following him? I'm not sure, and clearly Durlord isn't either, since he keeps looking around for anything out of the ordinary, anything that might give him a clue of where to look next. Okay, he's a Minecrafter? Sub. Is Sneeg eating a bucket of cheese balls? Maybe. I got hungry and I'm watching cinema. It's like I needed popcorn in the theater, except instead it's balls.
I am probably done eating them, though. I'm more than satisfied.
Are insufferable. They think that devotion will save them. Rest assured, it will not. Not that it will do them any good to believe that anyway. The ones who realized it pretend they didn't. But it doesn't help that there are some of them who truly believe they'll be saved. The king is coming, Maya. If anything, I wager that their king is already here. It's watching me write this. I don't particularly care. I just want this to be done with. The sooner I can leave, the better. He's arrived. I don't know why anyone is surprised to find that out. This is exactly what they were hoping for. I'm going. I'm leaving this here in the rare case someone finds it. If you have found this, I implore you, turn back, disconnect, forget about this world. It's not for you. If you've come here, you must be curious. I know you must want to continue onwards. So I know that this is a heavy ask, but please, do not go any further. For your own good, do not.
I feel like that's going to happen anyway. Well, time to go further. Yeah, real as fuck. What? The fuck is that? The candles? Isn't that the candle noises, or am I crazy? It's not. Am I gonna get jump scared, bro? The door. Jack Black's just gonna appear. Steve. Here we go again. Back in the building. Oh shit. We're booking it. Gimme. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's turning left. Oh no. Oh my god! It's getting a little scary, actually, I can't lie. Gulp. I'm getting scared. politics for my wife. I have to look, I have to know. What the fuck happened? Wait, why did his inventory just do that? I missed his inventory changing. When did that happen? Bro said weird peeping into the horrors. Maybe I should turn right. No. Pistor. The lighting's beautiful, by the way. Eat up here. Okay. Bro, he's got a sack out and everything. Oh. What? Maybe it was grass. Uh-oh. We were just sparked as that happened, but I jumped a little bit.
Whatever you do at the crossroads, don't turn left. Don't be fooled. It's listening. You can't outsmart it. It's listening to me. It's watching me. It isn't from this world. At the crossroads, don't turn left. 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 And the footage ends. Right there. Durlord was the person who wrote the book in Avery's world. How? It shouldn't even be possible that the tunnel led him back to that mine. Durlord found this world on his computer, and Avery found Durlord's old laptop in the storage locker and has been playing on it ever since. But what is this world?
Can we see the horrors
following
or no?
Durlord in this footage, and most importantly, what was behind those gates? I didn't put that sensor bar there. That was in the original footage. Whatever is behind that black
That's the whole
square
point.
was enough to drive probably the smartest protagonist I've ever seen into running for his life. Something that a whole village of people was trying to summon. Something that this entire world has been hiding. A king? What does that even mean? I don't know what to tell you, but I can tell you one thing. The code at the end of the book, now with this footage, we can solve it. Each number corresponds to one slot in Durlord's inventory. 1 here and 36 here. Take the first letter of each item, or whatever number is indicated after the dash. From that, we can get this. Run Avery. It's here. Durlord was giving one last warning, hoping that whatever was following him wouldn't see. But how? How would he possibly know that Avery would find this world? There's no way for him to know who Avery even is. Whatever he saw behind those doors, whatever he knows about this world now, we may never understand. But one thing is certain. Whatever was coming for him is coming for Avery next. This isn't over.
Egg. There's gonna be another one. Oh! Wow. Well, that was baller. Can we watch more? Not right now, but eventually. Eventually.